Hello! I've arrived here. If we haven't met before, my name is Kaiko. Thanks for joining me. Hi, guys. Welcome back. How's your Friday? For some, it means a relief. For others, it means it was just another day. I'm one of the others. It was just another day. Though, I did get some stuff done that I wanted to do creatively? I think that's the word. Creatively. There we go. I got it. I got it that time.
Oh, hi.
That's kind of night it is. That's why I'm late. Oh, hi. Impersonating Lunatic. Hello, welcome back. How are you today? Another day of Kaiko. That's right. Here I am, late. I have not a good excuse, but I have an excuse. I was trying to figure out how to set up a few redeems that might require more thought process than I'm equipped to do tonight. And so here we are. I tried my very best. I got everything set up and I was like, wait a second. No, this doesn't work. Oh, F. There are certain ways that I have to go about, because I can't just directly code things for redeems. They have to be done in a certain order. And I can't do a if this then that for redeems, so it's been a little bit challenging. I'll have to find a workaround. But don't worry, I'll do it. You're just here watching anime? What about me? I'm just here. Here chit-chatting with people from all over the globe. You know, typical Friday. How's it do? It do well. I mean, it does what it's supposed to, I suppose. And welcome back. How are you today? Hey, it's Red. How have you been? How was your trip in the car? How's your water situation? You're off on Friday for once? Do you normally have to work the weekends? Oh, you gotta work tomorrow though? Hopefully it's not a busy day. You were thinking what happened to Red Dead?
Chili Mad Gunner, resubbing for an impressive 16 months with a heartfelt message for Kaika. Your enthusiasm is contagious, and I'm sure Kaika appreciates your well wishes. Let the misfit adventures continue, and may Kaika thrive in her misfit glory. Smiley cat face, party popper.
Smiley cat face, party popper. Chili, thank you for the 16 months! Let's friggin' go! Also, what happened to Red Dead? Died. Nobody wanted to hang out and watch me play Red Dead. So I had to kill it. Play it off stream. These things happen. Also, you have hot water again? I did see that. I'm glad. Hopefully it stays that way. Are we finally getting the woo redeem that the public has been asking for? Possibly. There's a few things. And a few surprises that will come along in a little bit. Maybe in the next couple weeks? Possibly? Ooh, maybe I'll save it for like Valentine's Day. That would be nice. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, misfit fun. Also, no longer in the car. I'm glad to hear, because that would be a crazy trip. Wanna watch me play Red Dead? We have to be around, Red. You've been so busy. You barely get to stop by these days. It's part of you now? Literally, yeah, I know. You are Red. But are you a cowboy? You want a Nyali redeem? Oh, right. That's gonna take a little bit longer to do. That's gonna require some coding, I think. The Keeper of Greed, hello! How are you today? Are you gonna play Pal World? Not today. But it is on Xbox Game Pass, so I probably will give it a shot. So maybe sometime next week. you know, since you have it, I have it. I have it on Game Pass. Is that what you're talking about? Not been creative in several weeks. Creativity is a tough one. For instance, I guess it's because of ADHD, but I will go in spurts where I'll have this crazy amount of motivation to be super creative, and I'll have ideas that I don't even know what to do with. And then for 2 weeks, it'll be like, I don't care about anything. I don't even know how to hold a pencil now. But you have it. Chili, are you trying to tell me something? Do I need to look at my Steam? I received a gift. Chili, thank you. I appreciate it. I will be playing that. Not tonight though, because I will have to install it and do all the setups and stuff. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're a cowboy because you were playing Red Dead like 30 minutes ago? I'll allow it. That checks out. First playthrough of just chatting? Nice. Haha. Actually, these happen a lot, usually on accident. Almost always on accident. Where I go to play a game, and then I get caught up in conversation with everybody, and before you know it, 6 hours have passed, and we never played the damn game. I do have it open, just in case, but... I'm so sorry you haven't been showing up lately. Life. Y'all should have told me growing up would keep you busy. Bruh, it's only gonna get worse the older you get. That's okay, you stop by when you can. There's a lot of important things you gotta take care of. School, family, etc. You have the black screens? Like yours did? I have to update the graphics card? For just chatting? You try not to be obvious? Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And obviously you had to be obvious. Listen, Steam doesn't make it like super obvious to me. So the way my monitor is set up, I would have to look. See that up in the corner there of the screen? There's that little star swirling around. That's about where I have to look to see the notification that I have something. Now, the way I have my monitor set up, that means I have to turn and look so far away from where I would normally look. So I don't even ever notice when I have messages or anything like that. I've had a friend request sitting there for months until someone DM me on Discord like, hey, can you accept that? So, please. Oh, yeah. About Kaiko Forspoken 2, and she never played it on stream. 10 copies of Forspoken. Oh yeah, 10 copies, that's right. Yep, that's usually how it goes. Oh, someday I will forget how much I hated that game, and I'm like, you know, it probably wasn't that bad. And then I'll revisit it and do a one-off stream. We'll play the next little bit of Forspoken, and it'll remind me how much I hate it, and then I'll put it away for another few months. So popular that you just ignore friend requests? Nope, just oblivious. It's not in the normal bits that I look for. The games are over here. Why do I need to look over here? That's how it go. Do you own Cult of Lamb? I do. I did see that there was an update, and I thought about revisiting it, but I wasn't sure how everybody would feel about it. I guess there are a lot of new people in here that could be in the cult. Plus, you guys can have babies now, apparently. You tend to forget that Steam has a friend list. Hey, see, I'm a streamer, so I have a lot of streamer friends that want to play. Games. Oh, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. Kozuku, I appreciate it. Today's the day you bully little kids with snowballs? Just make sure there's no ice in that. Kids are weak to ice. Isn't there 2 versions of you? Can you have a baby with yourself? Oh. Well, I feel like one version of you is really old. I don't know if they can have a child. That would be interesting. You don't want to think about it anymore? Because you're a menace to society? I think we're all menaces. I've even been told that once or twice in my life. Kaiko, you're a menace. Am I?
Oh, Vinny_Opa28, asking how babies are made? Well, let's just say it involves a bit of magic, a sprinkle of stardust, and a whole lot of love. If you're really curious, I suggest having a misfit-friendly chat with your parents or trusted adult. They'll give you the details you seek. Smirking cat face, sparkles.
There you go. You heard it involves alcohol. It involves magic. You're actually on Pal World right now. Been enjoying it. It does look like it's a game that I'm gonna enjoy. You know if it has enough going on to keep ADHD under wraps? I think as you advance, probably. But I don't know how easy it is to do that. To me, watching it, it did seem like it would be easier than Ark, since there wasn't a bunch of dinosaurs trying to eat you as soon as you spawn. But I only played it on my phone, so I don't actually know how Ark is. Freshie, welcome back. How are you today? But Tuesday is a trusted adult. Technically, Tuesday is like, I don't know, 3? 2 or something like that. I'm just a baby demon. Go pass on babies? That's understandable. You can turn up a setting to get more experience gain? Whoa. Well, that's good then. Vinny is an adult. Also true.
Hi, honey!
Also, Stalker 2 is coming out this year. Can't wait for it. I gotta play it when it drops. Well, 1, it depends on if I have a job by then. I'm broke. 2, what is Stalker? Oh, you bully your sister. I understand. Hit her with multiple snowballs, giving her frostbite. Made her fall in a snow pile and hit her in the head. She was a child. Kind of feel like Randy Orton. Who the hell's Randy Orton? Also, don't hit her too hard. She still has to grow up and be a functioning adult. You doing okay? I'm glad to hear it. You too, am broke? Being an adult is difficult. Ugh. You started to do one thing and you're like, yay, I'm gonna put all my eggs in this basket. And then someone throws that basket out the goddamn window and you're like, what the fuck, man? I needed this. Like, nuts. Now I don't know what to do. Yeah, hashtag unemployed. Only problem is, if it ever gets to the point where I have to live with my parents, I won't be able to stream because they don't even have the internet. They've got a hotspot that they rely on for sometimes when company's over. So, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Been in your own brain a lot recently? That's a dangerous place. If your brain's anything like mine, don't go in that. Try to shut that thing up. Brains are dumb. Quit smoking. You've been vaping the last couple days. You lost your voice entirely from coughing? Probably don't smoke. I don't know if you've ever heard, though, it's bad for you. The nicotine and, the tar and stuff like that. Mr. Bentham, welcome back. How are you today? Randy Orton is a WWE wrestler. Oh. I've heard of that. I know very little about it, though. Part-time going to school, damn near broke. I was always broke. I barely survived when I was in school because I had to work as many hours as I could get and try to maintain a good GPA. It's difficult. Struggle's real. Hey, you can play Ark on mobile. I played it once. It killed my battery terribly, so... Also, I didn't make it very far. I think I built a fire and I kept dying, so I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just not play this. Magic, you think Tuesday meant? Those rhino pills you get from the gas station? I thought those were like... I'm gonna be honest, I thought they were like energy pills. Are those not energy pills? Are those something else? Like using wrestling skills to women? As long as they approve. If you choose just random, that's how you end up in prison. There's a life lesson for you right there. Trying to go back to Wawa, but it doesn't look promising. Uh-oh. Is there another store branch that you could maybe go to? A little bit. That's basically you survive in the heart of Chernobyl. Oh. I might like that then, because I like games that... Well, I haven't played a game with Chernobyl in it, though I do have one. But I like the concept of it, so maybe. I'll check it out if I have a job by then. Okay, you're gonna be streaming from Starbucks. Oh, man. Don't mind the noise in the back. I'll have to stream early though, because they close. Jokes on you, Kaiko. You're employed and still broke? But can you afford the internet? And a roof? Parents are just like you for real. They're like, they don't even have... So, let's see. My stepmom has a laptop for sometimes when she has to do like... send emails out on her off days, but they don't have a regular computer. They don't have like, you know, don't have anything like that. They don't play games. You know, they're very outdoorsy people. So they have cable, like basic cable, and just the hotspots on their phone. Plus, I don't think they can even get high-speed internet where they live. They live in the middle of nowhere. Oven's just clearing itself from years of getting sticky from all the bad stuff. You don't have internet right now either? Oh boy. Using hotspot to play Tarkov, your homies, but you can hardly get on because the hotspot sucks. Yeah, hotspot's for like in a pinch. I don't think you're supposed to play games. They have nicotine gum now? Of course they have nicotine gum. And the vase for the hand habits? Yeah, they have one that doesn't have any nicotine in it, right? My brother claims that that's the one that he uses, but I honestly don't know. Some studies say that nicotine is great. Chemical for focus. It's the rest of the cigarette. It's bad for you. There's other ways to get focused though. You don't need the nicotine. Smoked for 22 years? Sheesh. Greedy Greenbird, hello. Welcome back. Hi today. Like how I always ask my collab partners when they're streaming next, even if their answer is IDK. Past 5 streams. Yep. Someday, I mean, Moo's streaming right now, so sometimes it happens that they'll be like, "Oh, I'm streaming tomorrow." This way, encourage them and keep at it. Sometimes it even guilts them into doing it, because it reminds them that they're streamers and that they should probably also go say hi to the people that like them. Speaking of energy, oh. I wonder if G Fuel would have like a pill one day. Wouldn't that be nice? But if you didn't know, I'm an ambassador for G Fuel, which means if you use the code Kaiko Murasaki when at checkout, you can save 20% or more off your entire order. That's right, 20% or more off your entire order when you use the code Kaiko Murasaki when at checkout, or click the link below. I don't want to know about the pills. I honestly did think that they were energy pills. But I didn't look too much into it. I was like, those probably can't be good for you. XG Fuel with those rental pills. For one hell of a night. Plural. Multiple nights, huh? And have some bail money just in case. Ew. Is it crime in a capsule? Can market that. The crime in a capsule. As soon as you get your full-time job, you'll be able to have some spending money. Right now you don't. Right now you have to budget and you hate it. Yep, I hate budgeting. I'm not good at it. I like making the spreadsheet and then I'm never using it. That's what I do. It's the same with like journaling. My therapist is always like, you know, do a journal and then it'll help you keep you on track of what you need to get done and, you know, be able to stay organized. In theory, yes, 100% agree. I'll decorate that journal and then I'll never use it again. No, what are you gonna do, you know? Crazy because you've been having the best loot. You've had the best loot and you die to lag. Yeah. It's a love-hate relationship. Very toxic. I don't know much about it, Tarkov. But from just you talking about it, I feel like it's like Rust. That's what I imagine. It's like Rust. A game that I want to play, but never will. You switched to vaping, but after a year or so, the button broke. At that point, you couldn't pay for a new mod. Now, what's the difference between vaping and e-cigarettes? Aren't those the same thing? Or no? It's nothing like Rest? Oh. Well, there we go. I've heard a lot of people talk about it though, but nobody's ever explained to me what it is. It's just a game that makes people angry. They're the same, but vaping has a culture around it. With machines and mods, and lights and flavors. Oh, marketed for gamers. I understand. E-cigarettes are just a quitting aid. I gotcha. You don't get rated? The combat is hard to learn, but eventually you just get this... You'll just get it. This is your third wipe, and you finally got the hang of it. Is it like a similar like concept though? Do you like play on a server with a bunch of people, or is it just like Skyrim where you just go into a world? It's an extraction shooter. Oh, okay. I recently learned what those are because of Call of Duty. If you boot out Anna, you can always stay in your extra bedroom. And then I would be on a better time zone. Oh. Rent is 1 million Genshin. Oh boy. What if I don't even have Genshin? Oh, it's not cool to smoke anymore. I see. Yeah, stigmas have changed over time. Going to different places to find things you need. For your hideout. Or quest, and to make money because you're always thinking about that bread, of course. I gotcha. Yeah, extraction shooters can be difficult. Vaping? Now that's the future. I don't know, it's getting to the point where even that's kind of a stigma. Personally, I hate smoking of any kind. But arguably vaping is better than cigarettes because my brother likes to vape while we're playing D&D. He's like, but let's smell this one. It's watermelon, or this one's cotton candy. Can you please not blow that in my face? It's in a powerful smell, and I cannot stand it. I have a very sensitive nose, I guess. What would that be? I'm very sensitive to smells, which I guess is also an ADHD thing, which is kind of mind-blowing to me. How does that affect my senses? But I guess it does. Those servers, you choose where to go. Like DMZ. Like on steroids and more difficult. I gotcha. I also get screamed at by a bunch of Russian people that try to kill you. The AI scavs scream at you. I see. Maybe I'll try this someday. I want to be angry at a game. Oh, they're all mostly gross. I can't stand the smells of it. He isn't like... Everybody always compliments like, oh yeah, that one smells like... It stinks. It's so powerful. I can't. Yes, I like watermelon smell until it's increased by tenfold. Then I don't want it. Vaping's the best. Some guy saw you and smacked you on the behind and winked at you today. You can turn off voice chat in the game, but you have it on because it saved you a couple times. He's very good at negotiating. Yeah, see, here's the thing though. Being a woman on the internet is a crime in of itself sometimes. So most things, I have a general chat turned off because I don't want to be told to go back to the kitchen and make a sandwich. Because it's so... Ugh. I don't even make myself a sandwich, bitch. It would be better to let them believe that I am a child boy than to tell them that I am a female. I have learned. You have a strawberry one and an apple one? Do they have a taste to them, or is it just a smell? Your mom does that to you sometimes? You're like, can you not blow that in my face? I don't like it. Yeah, that's exactly... He does the same thing. It's like, can you just not do that while you're here, maybe? Or go into a different room real quick? Or, you know, do it somewhere else? I hate it so much. Sinuses play a great part in your senses? Yeah, but I don't know how ADHD connects to my sinuses. What part of the ADHD in the brain makes us more sensitive to stimulations like smells, sounds, and lights? And I was asking you if you want to hit a hit of his vape. You keep telling him that no every day, and you keep asking you to hit it. It's ugh. But I mean, arguably, well, I guess not arguably. They're probably better than cigarettes. But try to avoid anything that becomes habit forming. Because then 22 years down the line, you're like, ugh, I should stop this. Right, Brushy? If I try Tarkov, you'll be my terrible teacher in training? I would like that. You'll also go outside to smoke or vape? That's very nice of you. Not everybody does that. They always put the homeowner or the car owner in a predicament too. So most people I know are not just gonna straight up and say no if somebody asks them to do something, because we're people pleasers. We will pretend that it's okay even if we hate it with every fiber in our being. So he'll ask like, oh, do you mind if I vape here? And of course they're gonna be like, no, not at all. Go ahead. It's fine. Though they're dying a little bit inside. You don't sit inside and do it over people? Yeah, some people do. I appreciate that though. I don't even know if you're allowed to vape in restaurants over here. I feel like they did away with that. when they did away with smoking. You don't recommend having it on for me? Just have it on for entertaining yourself? Honestly, sometimes it is interesting to listen to like what these people get up to, but like Dom will leave his general voice chat on, so I've heard stories of that, but no, it's not dangerous. It's just irritating and insulting to be a woman playing games like that. How dare you play Call of Duty? This is a man's game. I've been on TikTok a lot. There's one particular female streamer that plays a lot of Call of Duty. In fact, she might only play Call of Duty. So I've heard a lot of stuff. The big Tarkov streamers is female, and whenever she talks in game, they say, "Oh, a woman, I'm not allowed to interact with you," and either kill her or run away. That's better than Call of Duty. Something really funny. Surgency Sandstorm, FPS you play with Edgy. I don't know that I've heard of it. Literally got into a group voice chat, and all the guys suddenly started turning on their mics because you're like, "Oh, a girl." And see, Valorant was like that. When I played Valorant with Dom and Soya for a while, I always played off stream. I never streamed it. Almost everybody that we ran into was very nice. It's just some communities are so toxic. The just exist in is bad. They're all really nice. That's good to hear. It is kind of shocking sometimes when you come across that. I'm like, I wasn't expecting this. Get addicted to stuff very easily, so you're good on that. Yeah, it's good that you know that about yourself too. Some people are like, "Nah, I don't have addictive personalities," and they 100% do. And surprise, they get addicted to stuff and they don't know how to stop. Plays games for 10 hours a day, but refuses to vape because it's habit forming. I can stop playing games. Actually, people with ADHD have a higher chance to form habits to addictive substances and games. Things that stimulate dopamine and serotonin. Right. You also have asthma, so that would be very bad. Wish this would let me scroll one line at a time. Not one page at a time. Things and it costs so much money. Yeah, and it keeps going up, doesn't it? The price. Vaping kills the asthma cells? It's true. No, it's not. Stop it. Don't start vaping. You just don't have an interest in vaping, drugs, and you only drink socially, and you don't like much alcohol anyway. Yeah, I drink socially. And karaoke, that's it. Anything else, I don't really have an interest in. I've known too many people to have terrible substance abuse habits to like any little bit of it is like, I just scared me away. I was like, you know what? I'm fine without it. I'll drink copious amounts of coffee and deal with that consequence later, but that's about it. I did. Especially in school, I was very reliant on coffee, which looking back, knowing now what I know about ADHD, it didn't help. It hurt me, but hey, I did enjoy it. Violent players don't have self-respect and they don't know how to interact with the opposite gender. Sometimes. Yeah, same. If you vape to smoke weed, you do you. You're not mad, but just don't have an interest in partaking in it. Same. I mean, even if it's for nicotine, it's, you know, That's your prerogative. I don't think I have to tell you the dangers of it. I'm pretty sure society has done that. They got that covered. I can step out of that one. Never smoked? You start vaping and stop biting your nails? And now you do both? I get little fidgety toys that I lose immediately. So I still end up picking at my nails. Or rather, the sides of them. You can tell when I'm super anxious because they're really tore up. It's so concerning to my doctor sometimes. Is that bad? Like, that's really bad. Maybe don't do that. Maybe find something else to keep your hands occupied. But I'm anxious. Like, we can give you something for that, but I don't want to take those. I don't want to. I just want to not be like this. Can you do that? Nope. Turns out there's not a cure for ADHD. Damn it. Yeah. I mean, smoking for comfort, especially for chronic pains, I get it. I wouldn't do it. Like, if it came down to where that was the only thing that helped me, I probably would do an edible. I just don't like smoke. I grew up around 2 smokers. My parents smoked for so long, and I hated every minute of it. And it was so hard to breathe all the time. You go to school and you just smell bad because you smell like stale cigarette smoke. It's like, ugh. So now anything to do with smoking, regardless of the type, it's just, I can't stand it. You drink because you're an alcoholic? Remember to always have a designated driver, kids. That's right, Red. Also, don't try to be an alcoholic, so... But yes, always have a designated driver. Or an Uber. I rely heavily on Uber if I go out to drink with friends. Helps with anxiety and cramps. Luckily, I don't get those too much. I take a pill for that. Anxiety is a different story. That comes and goes in waves. They gave me Xanax one time, and it worked. I was not anxious, but I was also asleep 50% of the time. So I was like, maybe I don't want these because I like to be awake. I don't want to take a pill to go out in public so that I don't have an anxiety attack and fall asleep. I'll pass on that, thank you. The cure for ADHD is gluten. Oh god. Oh, how terrible would that be? You want to cure ADHD? Eat more bread. No. Both your parents were smokers, but they were smoked in the garage or outside, never in the house. That would be a dream. In the car, in the house, it didn't matter. At least in the car, they would crack the window. It didn't help much, but at least it was something. Because it always, like, still just drift back. Luckily, let's see, how long was that? Like, maybe the first 12 years of my life? And then Mamako had a scare because so Mamako had an accident as a child, a swimming accident, and had one collapsed lung and one really good working lung, and then decided to smoke cigarettes. So when I was 12, Mamako went to the hospital and the doctor was like, "You're gonna die if you don't quit." So they quit. Well, she quit then, and Papako took another few years before he finally quit. Well, he did start smoking either by an open window or outside if it was in the winter, just so he wouldn't be around her. I wouldn't consider the hazards of secondhand smoke to the goddamn kids, but hey, at least they got their shit together in the end. The other thing Fox could give you is diazepam and codeine, both of which are ridiculously addictive. So I think my ADHD meds are supposed to be addictive, which is good for ADHD, but also they're not addictive to me in the way that I feel like I need to take them. So I do forget to take them, and then I realize that they're addictive in a different sense, in that if you don't take them, it hurts. Because your body goes through withdrawals. That's not fantastic. Especially when there's a national shortage. God damn it. Why you do this to us? Taking less of Xanax can offset anxiety and not be as drowsy. I did try that, but I'm weak to pills. So like even ibuprofen will put me to sleep if I take it for a headache. I'll just pass out. I mean, I won't just like drop to the floor, but I will fall asleep. So anything like I'd prefer not to take it. I did take it for some exams when I was in school. Because it did help, but it made me so tired and lethargic. Like I didn't want to do anything. I was just really tired. But I wasn't anxious. Mom, your friend's mom was a chain smoker? Oh, it's terrible in the car. Barely had the window cracked. It was literally choking in. Yes, there's so many times they don't realize it because they can't smell it because their innards are damaged, right? So like I had the window cracked. It's like I'm sitting directly behind you. Most of it is still going in my face. But you can't tell the adult to stop it. Better late than never. Yep. It sounds rough. Bruh. It is rough. Also, Sasha, welcome back. How are you today? Microdose mushrooms, the results are amazing. I feel like I'm not allowed to have those. There's a lot of things I can't do with the line of work I should be in. Because I check often. But I have heard that helps. Yeah, Vinny told me about it. Tasting things is already starting to change. It's only been a couple days. Yeah, I remember when Mamako quit, she hated chocolate. Like, she liked chocolate before, and then when she gave up smoking, she did not like the taste of milk chocolate anymore. Like, that's unfortunate. Well, more for me. You're good? I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing very well. Think something's wrong with you? You don't never get stressed? I would like that. Why just live in a constant state of stress? Usually for one thing or the other, this life likes to throw stuff at me in 100 different ways. Sometimes in the form of a truck, or a ball, or a layoff, you know? Or a bill, an unexpected bill. Things like that. Family medical problems. Arguably, those aren't thrown at me. Those were thrown at the family members, but, you know, I'm a part of that family. You got issues? It's not normal. I don't think I've ever met anybody who doesn't get stressed, but I would be envious of that. Can I have your powers? Yes, you can. Drink G Fuel! Which, if you didn't know, I'm an ambassador for G Fuel. Which means if you use the code Kaiko Murasaki when you check out, you can save 20% or more off your entire order. That's right, 20% or more off your entire order when you use the code Kaiko Murasaki when you check out. or click the link below. And if you wait until they have their buy one get one offer, you still get that 20% off. So not only do you get a free tub, but it's discounted. The main one's discounted. Not a fan of the taste of G Fuel? Have you had it in the cans? Because the cans don't have that, I guess, chalky aftertaste. If you use a full, like, recommended scoop, like they say to use, there's always, like, a weird chalky aftertaste sometimes. I don't use the full amount because I don't like that. I use a half a scoop, and that's plenty. I still get the flavor and none of the chalk. You're impressed I said that without taking a breath? I've practiced a lot. You're freezing outside right now? Well, go back inside. Why are you outside? Yeah, Valentine's Day is coming up. Bless your SO with that powdery G Fuel Gold. If you get in the can, it's not there though. I don't know how that is possible. That they can mix it in the can just fine and there's no residue. But if you mix it at home in a tub with the equipment that they give you, there is a residue. Why doesn't it blend all the way? What magic are they using at the canning factory? Yeah, you had a can. You only wanted to try one because it exploded in a cold box at work. And it smelled nice. I didn't like it. It was loaded with caffeine. And that makes you tired. Yeah, caffeine does calm ADHD people down. But it's also addictive in that we like the taste of things like that. Or the feel that it gives us. That it takes off the edge. Kind of. It's weird because caffeine doesn't work the way it should. Yeah, a lot of ADHD people are addicted to caffeine. It's weird. What flavor? Do you remember what flavor you had? Because there's some that smell really nice, but they're not good. I don't like cotton candy in most things because it's sugar in a can and I don't understand why they've done that. Like, why does this straight up... I could have taken a scoop of sugar and been more hydrated than what you gave me right here. Gotta have strong arms to shake it well. Maybe that's it. I wonder if they use, like... Does stuff dissolve better in warm water? Like, maybe they use it with warm water and then just, you know, you put it in the refrigerator. You know if you're truly ADHD, you've never been tested? Recently? Oh. What flavor is that? That's a very sweet one. Like strawberry something or raspberry? I haven't had it. I've seen it. Getting tested for ADHD is pretty straightforward. They just ask you some questions and you have to answer them honestly. Dissolving depends. I knew. I was like, where is he? Is he still here? Dissolving depends on what it is. Some things more soluble when it's cold. Other things more soluble when it's hot. I think it's gonna require an experiment. I think is what it's gonna be. Maybe I'll boil some water in the electric kettle that I got as a gift on Throne, and then make some that way and see if it helps. Did you ever buy that one alcohol with the cool bottle? No, because I'm broke and it's expensive. But when I get a job, I'm gonna do that because the dragon was really cool. Like you poured it out of its mouth. Like what was it called? I have it saved somewhere. Is that not a thing? I never made it a command. I never did make it a command. It's a button. It's a button you can click below. Click below. I think it would be. We can all try it. Alright, hang on. I got you guys. Keep doing it. It's gonna happen. You know, keep one of them's bound to work. Stop. I don't care about all this stuff. There are 15 million notifications. I don't care about the new things you've done. Is it working yet? Anything? Anything yet? Try it again. It's gotta work now. I'm sure it's there. It has to be. Oh, there we go. To buy Kaiko stuff. I like that one. If you know the exact chemical makeup, and if some values are known, we can actually calculate how soluble it is in related temperature. Yeah, nerd. I don't know all the stuff that goes into it, though. Man, it's been a long time since I've done anything with chemistry. It's all very interesting, though. I loved that aspect of, like, sciences. Chemistry and mathematics were my favorites because it was crazy how you could go about solving stuff. Like, you can determine that? Yes. Kaiko got a Maserati on there? I don't even know what's on my throne. When was the last time I even visited it? Oh, I already closed. Never mind. I'll check it out some other time. It's gotta be something like that. Unless they add something else specifically to the concoction. 4 cans that make it more soluble. Black and white Honda NSX on her throne. Can you even add cars on a throne? Probably you can. There's some crazy stuff on there. You're glad I have a kettle? Yeah, not all of us do, but... 1, I like tea. 2, the electric kettle comes in handy for a lot of different things, and I don't have to warm up water on a stove like an animal. I'm sorry, paper to moonshine? Toilet paper into moonshine? What? Ooh. I think that gluten-free biscotti would be cheaper than biscotti with gluten. You'd think so, because they take out a piece. No. It's like, we have to deviate from the norm. Ugh. Use rice flour instead of regular flour? Disgusting. They charge you more. I've also never had biscotti. So I was like, that would be interesting to get someday. Actually, some stuff we have them do for the spring semester. The calculations or the experiments, or both. They're saving money on gluten. They sure are. You haven't opened Throne in years. Last time was when Callie got you a Stream Deck. A Stream Decks just keep getting longer and longer. I need one with more buttons, but it's fine. I make do with what I have. I just have a lot of pages that I have to cycle through. Kane, hello! Welcome back, how are you today? I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. Well, it would be nice to have one that was like... I could just have it as an addition to my keyboard or something. Maybe like on the top of it. Like it just clips onto the keyboard and I can just hit the buttons there. That would be fun. Totally haven't done something similar and it totally wasn't a project for one class. Did you make moonshine? How do you do this? How do you do this out of toilet paper? Oh, you put it in the memes whenever I want to watch it. Okay. Sam, welcome back. How are you today? Both calculations and experiment for the solubility thing. I gotcha. Your brother found some instructions online and you wanted to know if it would work. So you turned it into a project for one of the classes. That's amazing. Why couldn't we do something like that in school? That would have been great. We were just casually handling hazardous chemicals like, you know, hydrofluoric acid with just a pair of gloves and some goggles on. Ugh. Like, granted, it was watered down, but that stuff is dangerous. I just gave it to, like... freaking freshman students. Had no idea how absolutely dreadful this stuff is. Like, luckily for me, I had gone through some training because I was working at the time as a co-op and had to handle those chemicals where we took very good care and precaution to make sure that we didn't have any run-ins with that stuff. I'm just gonna throw it around. Yeah. You're doing great? I'm glad to hear it. You're also great? I'm glad to hear that too. Currently finishing all high-rank quests in Monster Hunter World. And I have a couple left. Oh. I have heard that there are a few more monsters that were added that you can run into after you beat the game. So, like, I guess Iceborne 2. I'll be excited to see. Sell moonshine on the Tarkov flea market for 125,000 rubles. It's a fun word, rubles. Converted wood chips into ethanol for biofuel. We need to do anything fun like that. We just did basic stuff like look how this reacts to this thing and that does that, and don't put sodium in water. Like the raw material. That's bad, right? Is it sodium? I think it's sodium. You love the shark blanket, right? Tofu also has one on her throne. They look so comfortable. Considering it was graded out of only 3 projects, and 2 of them you never did, and you passed the class. You got a good grade? I would say so. Have you played Pal World yet? Not yet, but somebody just bought it for me today, so I am gonna play it soon. Probably next week? Or Sunday, depending on if we're playing some more Monster Hunter on Sunday. Tomorrow we might be doing a big collab in Euro Truck Simulator, or a small collab in Euro Truck Simulator. See, Dom, my friend Dom, is leaving for Japan for 2 months in 6 days. So we thought maybe we could get a collab in before then. Which, since I'm so fantastic at planning, it's last minute. Pickle weasel is a pretty funny word. You're right. You're right, it is. Putting that counterfeit money machine on your throne? You're welcome. Oh, thank you. That's gonna help a lot. Whew. That's a relief. Man, that's a lot of stress off my plate. Thought sodium was just salt. There's the metallic version, like the raw material version of it. I thought it was sodium. Like Na. If you add it to, like... Add it to water, it explodes. Any alkaline metal? Don't throw into water, it explode. There you go. Basic rundown of the process was wood chips and sulfuric acid to break up the cells. Yeast to convert the sugars in the cells into ethanol. And then some purification. Now, I would assume that's the kind of stuff that the saying was like blind drunk came from, because the more you drank, you got blind because of prohibition. They decided to make their own alcohol and used... Is it ethanol? Or the other one that sounds similar to that? I don't remember. Ugh, the names of things. To test it, you took some and ran it in your lawnmower, including running with different dilutions with gas. Probably have to miss tomorrow's stream. Uh-oh. You gotta work. Or are you doing something fun? Aerosol is indeed sodium chloride. Yeah, but just plain sodium, I think, if you add it to water. If I'm correct in thinking it's an alkaline metal. Ethanol is the drinky alcohol. Methanol is the you go blind alcohol. Okay, so it's methanol. They would make their own alcohol during the prohibition days and use methanol. And that's where the saying blind drunk came from. I knew I remembered something to do with something to that effect. You watched a YouTuber extract the potassium bananas into its metallic form and then threw it into water? How do you even do that? How do you take potassium out of bananas? You missed like a million streams? Pest you would be disappointed. You think so? Probably. As for you, they made ethanol or methanol. You couldn't tell. It was too impure to actually test. All you could confirm was for a fact, yep, there's alcohol in there. You don't know anything about alcohol, so you don't really know what's going on. It's less about alcohol and more about chemistry. That's basically it. You go throw that video into memes as well. Yes, I'm very interested in how you extract. Like, I understand. Gosh, you'd have to go through some processes. I don't know how you would, like, obviously I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know, but to go about extracting one nutrient? Can you call it that? From a fruit? You can extract the iron from blood, smelt it down, and forge it to make a literal sword from the blood of your enemies. That would take a lot of blood. I think it's classified as a mineral. That makes sense. It'd be more of a mineral. Is a nutrient like a compound? Is that the difference? A mineral is natural forming, yeah? This is not the direction I ever thought tonight that our chat would go in. I don't think we've ever gotten into scientific stuff. Someone actually did the calculation to see how much blood and people it would take. I bet much more than humanly possible to get nowadays. Back in the olden times, if you collected it, I guess it could happen. I don't know that anybody would be ambitious enough, though. You're thinking of vitamin and minerals, and potassium is usually classified as a mineral. What is a nutrient then? You're more of a history nerd than a science nerd? Oh, I absolutely love history. I'm not good with dates, but events? Yes, I love learning about that stuff. That's why I wanted to do like a... for lack of a better term, VTuber talk show. But it's really, I just want to talk with people who know things. And Tofu, my dear friend Tofu, is a history major. And I would love to pick her brain and learn about a bunch of different things that she knows. You're not a nerd, you're super cool. You're a super epic cool VTuber enjoyer. And you dabble yourself in VTubing. Someday you'll come back. Think that's worse? Nah. Your knowledge is just different. It's more pop culture than book learning. You ain't one of them book learners. Which also comes in handy because since I don't remember names of things for pop culture references, also because I don't watch a lot of stuff, when you do trivia stuff, I'm always like ask the basic questions. I'm like, like, how do you not know who this is? I have no idea. I didn't meet them, I guess. They didn't cross my path at some point. But then they ask silly questions that people would not know, arguably know the answer to. I'm like, oh, I'm all over that. I know that one. Random fact? Yep, I got that. As for the how to distract, basically boils down to a series of redox reactions to give electrons back to the... Oh, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. You're basically just breaking the compound apart. It's called not going outside and being online 24/7. To be fair though, my knowledge for a lot of pop culture things is definitely related to VTubing. I just watch a lot of streamers, specifically VTubers. Mostly small-time streamers these days. You have a bunch of iron ore rocks from magnet fishing in your room. You'd like to refine it someday, but it takes really high temperature to melt iron down. Yeah, you need a smelter. If you're ambitious enough, you can look around. If you have a college or a university around you, you might be surprised. They usually have like blacksmithing classes or forging classes or smelting classes, and sometimes they have workshops that you can go, you like pay a membership to, and you can go and use their facilities. Before COVID, I was learning to become a blacksmith. It was so much fun, and I was natural at it. And then COVID happened, and I never went back. I never did get to make my sword, but I made a really cool paper towel holder. It looks like a snake. Like I made the snake's head and everything. It has little eyes and a mouth, and then and it fits. Like I still have that in my kitchen today. What you do, Miss Streamin'? It was fun, and you and everyone were supportive, and you're glad to have the amazing friends like you guys. I appreciate you, Red, and someday you'll come back as a VTuber or just a general streamer, whatever your heart's desires. But I do think you enjoyed it, so I do think you will be back. Speaking of compounds, G Fuel is a compound. And if you didn't know, I'm an ambassador for G Fuel, which means if you use the code Kaiko Murasaki when to check out, you can save 20% or more off your entire order. That's right, 20% or more off your entire order when you use the code Kaiko Murasaki when to check out, or click the link below. Drink G Fuel. It's got electrolytes. It's what plants crave. Your one instructor you worked with, an undergrad, actually did a glass blowing. I think I would be too stressed to do that. Yeah, I think it would be too stressful for me to do that. But really cool to see. Especially because the molten glass is appealing to me. It's so pretty. You're trying to be Sokka from Avatar: The Last Airbender? And trying to make a... What kind of sword? I feel like I've seen this. I know I've seen this, but I have no memory of any of that. Metaro sword? A meteor. Can't spell it? Same. I'm dyslexic. I don't spell. Even if you spell it correctly, I wouldn't understand it. I'd miss it. Twitch, what the hell? I mean, Restream, what the hell? Did I miss any more messages? They say though, you love learning about both war and food history, which sometimes play hand in hand. Like, did you know the US Army had a large report / document on all deliveries of ice cream to all branches of the US forces in World War II? I didn't even know they got ice cream. Remember correctly, the US Navy had 48 million pounds of ice cream mix powder sent to US ships. That's a lot of ice cream. I guess I hadn't considered that too. That they would make ice cream. I just always figured that they'd eat rations, which, you know, some of them are good. I've had rations before. I like powdered eggs. Those are good. I'd rather have real eggs, but for scrambled ones, they're actually pretty good. Pretty good. Definitely come back as Red, the impolite, because it's literally you, and you love being a silly demon. I'm glad. Also, as a VTuber, you don't have to worry about your room being dirty. Yep. Mine's not dirty, but it's not an ideal space for people to like see the background. It's just there's clutter. Nothing pretty. So this works for me. You got the Avatar reference? No. Been watching a lot of football history of late. I did know a little bit about football history only because I looked up one day like how it all started. Like where did this game come from? Why are we the only ones that play it until, you know, it started to spread elsewhere? I think England even had a team or has a team or was gonna do a league of their own. Ice cream is huge in World War II. Super huge for morale for all troops. That makes sense. If I got ice cream, it would make me happy. England has rugby. It's like football. Yeah. But the American football was trying to like spread elsewhere, and I remember reading that they had English and a legitimate English football team. Because I think it was they wanted to bring football to the Olympics. And to do that, they needed countries to play against, obviously. And so it was like a campaign to get other countries to start playing American football. Yep, there was hundreds of ships that just transported and even made ice cream too. That's amazing. How many Super Bowls has England won? Exactly. America won. Poop Land 0. There's a Canadian Football League too? That makes sense that they would spread it to Canada first. I'm gonna look this up really quick because I'm positive I read that somewhere. I don't know if it's still a thing, and I don't know how long it was a thing for. To the trusty Google machine. American football. Yeah, the British American football. They have an association. The BAFA. This is a thing. It's the British American football. Do you have like actual teams and stuff? You just play on a team? Find your local club? Vacancies? No, I don't want to be part of it. Never mind. Let's I'm done looking that up. They do have one. I found that out. Japan's starting to become fans of football? You go to pubs in the morning and watch games? And they were always packed. Wow. It's spreading. I don't know why. I've watched a lot of sports, and I do enjoy watching football with Papaco because he really gets into it. But there is a lot of waiting, which doesn't. Maybe it gives you time to do other stuff. But there's so much waiting in American football. It's like, oh, there's 5 minutes left in the game. That could last for a half hour. Did you know that the US Navy had a thing called a BRL? It was a giant refrigerator. At the time, cost $1 million for one of them. Was it just for ice cream? Japan's already huge for baseball. I did know that. I think Japan likes baseball more than Americans do, which is saying something because it's supposed to be the American pastime. Isn't that what baseball is called? Did you know that a lot of teams in the NFL during World War II went to war? So some of the teams had merged together. For example, the Philadelphia Eagles and Pittsburgh Steelers merged to become the Steagles. Is that true? Crazy. I didn't know because of a movie I watched that they did that for baseball. Well, they had women play baseball for entertainment in one of the wars. I saw it in a movie, so it's true. They were 265 long feet, maybe? Is for all manner of things. Meats, ice cream, and vegetables. They put these on ships. I mean, I know the ships are huge. I've never seen... Well, I take it back. I did see a retired Navy ship, but I think it was one of the smaller ones. It was a retired Navy ship that they use in... Where was I? Well, I don't remember where I was. Somewhere with access to the ocean. One of the places I've traveled to, you know, in my many bougie travels, of course. It was a ghost ship anyway. They turned it into a ghost ship, but it was just a retired Navy ship. It was very cool. Also, Sam, thank you for the follow over here. I'm sorry you had to come over here. Restream is not sharing all of my messages from Kick in YouTube where it's supposed to. There's no crying in baseball. You love that movie? I did too. I'm too sentimental to watch those things though. I did like it. It was very cute, and then it made me sad at the end because it made me question mortality. It's bittersweet. Is that the definition of bittersweet? Where it's like you're happy that they're all together, but they're old and some of them died, and yeah. Anyone watch Remember the Titans? It sounds familiar. Is that a football one? I don't think I've seen it, but it does sound familiar. Like, I've heard of the title. American football. You seen it once? I haven't watched a lot of sports films. More than I probably sought out to. Because it was just on TV. And that's usually what I had to watch because there wasn't anything else. I didn't have cable. Oof. Saturday or Sunday reruns of old movies. Where they cover up all the swears. Usually dub over it with something that doesn't make any sense. I love that. I wish I could remember some of the really good ones. It would be like a serious moment. And the guy would be cussing up a storm, but just say something that's so ridiculous. Watched it in high school? It was for a class. Lucky. We always got stuck with, like, I don't want to say boring, because I still enjoyed movie day, even if it was, like, really old movies. Except for Spanish. I mean, they were old movies, but they weren't really old. Like, we got to watch Indiana Jones in Spanish and Beauty and the Beast. That was fun. But otherwise, it was things like Macbeth, or... what's that other one? With, Duncan and the guy gets beheaded. Is that Macbeth? Oh, yeah, that's Macbeth. Hamlet is the other one we watched. I don't have any memory of that one. Though I think Mel Gibson was in it. Something like that. Getting stomped in Overwatch because you have crap teammates? Oh no. Listen, you can't win them all. Anna, who do you main? Who do you main in Overwatch? Gosh, I haven't played in so long. Nobody plays with me anymore. Braveheart? Oh, that's an awesome movie. I have seen it. Maybe? I feel like I've seen it before. I don't think I've just seen clips. I feel like I've actually watched it. You hated Spanish? Maybe it was your teacher? Or the way class was taught, but you absolutely hated the class? You love Spanish history and culture, but you hated the way it was taught. Honestly, the teacher does make a huge difference. I just got yelled at a lot. I didn't retain it nearly as much as I probably could have. Bastion, but you're stuck being Mercy as a support? I never got the hang of playing Mercy. You mean Kiriko or Sombra? I do like playing Kiriko. Didn't get the hang of Sombra. I think I'm best... for support, I'm best with Anna.
Thank you for hanging out with us, Go Platform _, and thank you for the lurk, it is appreciated.
KO, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you're having a great day. DPS are like Hanzo or Ash were my favorites, but I was getting into Junkrat because it's really easy to play. You'd play, but you don't like competitive games anymore? Understandable. They can get real toxic. That's also why I don't play on my own. I enjoy it, but I'd rather have a teammate of friends. So that if they yell at me because I'm terrible, it's because they're just having friendly banter. Is your wife Kaiko? She took the kids and now you're in child support debtor? In debt? What a debtor. You're in child support debt? How was your acting trying to get into play about a divorced dad? You lied, you just want to say something. I understand. Sometimes that happens to me. But instead of typing anything or actually saying anything, I get lost in my head about what I should say or if I could say something. And then it turns out I've been staring off into space for a while. And somebody's like, you okay? Hmm? Yeah. uninstalled Overwatch once you started socializing more IRL because you wanted to be normal again? How'd that work out? Loved your high school English teachers, even though you kind of sucked in their class. But English was one of the worst classes for me. Dyslexia. Oof. I didn't not like my Spanish teacher. She had a lot going on personally, I think, and it reflected how she taught. Because I remember the first year that she was my teacher, she was really nice. And then stuff happened over the summer and like her whole life kind of changed, and after that she was just a mean old teacher after that. So I just took it. How many times she had to yell at me in voice alta. I don't know if that's the proper way to say it, but that's how she told us. Because those are the words we knew. In a tall voice, Kaiko. Speak up! This is how I talk, though. You're very intimidating, okay? The more you yell at me, the quieter I'm gonna get. Haven't you figured that out yet? Pretty good. You won't say much to respect privacy, but let's say you got the pooks. What the hell does that mean? You played a lot of League lately, since you don't want to play. You don't want to play right now. You were watching Tyler 1 prior to me going live. I don't know who that is. I don't know a lot of streamers, it turns out. People will mention these names of these big time streamers, and I'm like, who? Who's that? What's a this? What does that mean? What the hell's a Markiplier? You use that on your car? Shut up, Kaiko. Seriously though, I didn't even know who that was until I started streaming. And then so many people were like talking about it. I still don't know what he actually looks like, but I've seen a Meat Canyon cartoon of him. Thanks to Biggs. Your teachers were cool, besides one or two, but your economics teacher was awesome. Imagine a chill guy mixed with a surfer dad, and that was him. It was funny and cool. That does sound cool. My AP Comp and Lit teacher was very chill, very low-key, and very understanding, which you don't usually get from a lot of teachers in high school. I think he was probably my favorite. My psychology teacher was also very understanding, which blew my mind because I had his class and he was a football coach. And in psychology, you have to do a lot of group projects, and I didn't like to be around people because it made me more anxious. And without me asking, and much to my surprise and happiness, he allowed me to be on my own for projects. Like, he didn't pressure me. He didn't even ask if I had anybody. He was just like, he just made acknowledge of it one day. He's like, just you? Like, yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Another one is a League streamer who was once perma-banned on League for being too toxic. He's definitely reformed a lot by just watching him for a few hours earlier. I'm sure being perma-banned and then maybe going through some therapy probably helps out. Also, I hate that that's what you call a significant other now. Oof. I don't like that word so much. Pooks is fine. We'll stick with that one. You forget that I don't know your Zoomer language? Yeah, I'm behind the times. People around me don't speak like that. They use like... Maybe they'll use sus. But most of their stuff that they've picked up is from me. So when I pick up stuff from them, it's like what's something old people say? I don't even know anymore, but I always pick up old things and I have to break myself from that. Like, stop, you're corrupting me. You finished all the high rank and low rank stuffs? Time to move on to the Giga Chad Master Rank quests? Good luck. You got this. You only support small streamers like T-Pain and Amelia Earhart. That's right. I think he just grew up. That also helps. Kaiko totally uses Poggers IRL. I've used it sarcastically. But I feel like my friends and family would be like, what the heck is a Poggers? Don't worry about it. Kaiko's friends say bee's knees. Yes, they do say bee's knees. I don't think they ever said hot tamale unless it's a reference to the candies, but they have absolutely said that it's the bee's knees. That's what happens when you grow up in the middle of nowhere. Your slang comes from old people. Don't blame you for what you Gen Z folk call your significant others. It's just me and that word have a history. Ugh. Actually, I was talking with Moo, Crusader, and Ammon the other day before we were online about it, because Moo kept saying it for the puke puke. I was like, please say it correctly. Please just say it correctly. Go use the holy moly. I do think that's where my holy smokes comes from. Holy smokes. Oh, you beat the game? You just backtracking now? Just for fun of it? I get that. But uninstalling Overwatch to change it for the better? Would recommend. I mean, I just haven't played it. It's still on my PC. Someday, maybe, if they do some like updates, people might go back to it. You start saying knees and bees. The bees' knees. Do bees even have knees? They don't, right? Because they have insect legs, right? God, I gotta stop hanging around old folk home and get some younger friends, please. Oh, please say it correctly. You know damn well that'll never happen. You're not wrong. After I explained to them politely why I am not a fan of just flinging that word around, they kind of understood. I'm sure it won't stick for too long, but it's a funny word though. Yeah, it's probably also why I used it as a child, but it was always in direct reference to something else that I do not wish to talk about on stream. See, horror, dwarf, Toastra? Is that how you say it? Thing's name? Toaster? Yeah, Moo doesn't have a good track record for saying words correctly. Torment everyone every time someone asks about you and your significant other, you're just gonna say that just to annoy them? Honestly, it probably doesn't bother anybody else. I don't even know why, as a child, I started using that word to describe things, a certain thing. But I did. And so now, as an adult, when I hear it, it's just a little bit like... It's slang for earlobe, by the way. I wish it was. I do wish it was that. Because then later in life, I also found out that that's the name of Garfield's teddy bear, I think. Garfield the orange cat. His teddy bear is named that. It's like, oh god. Yeah, it was real embarrassing when I found out that in middle school, my teacher's dog was named that. It's like, oh, Jesus. I I had to go home and I was like, you'll never believe this, Mom. She had a right laugh about that. And, yep, I sat there red-faced in the back of the classroom for the rest of the time as she talked about her dog. Ugh. Everyone you know in the VTuber community is older than you, except for your VTuber fish husband. You guys are the same age. Aww. To be fair, I think in the VTubing community, it's one of those things that you don't typically get to get into until you can make financial decisions on your own. Or maybe, you know, the younger community doesn't like anime, being an anime person on the internet. Teostra? Oh, that's how you say that? I don't get it. More like, damn my knees? I don't get it. Shout out to me for literally paying for your model and everything. Yep, back in the days when I could afford stuff. It was worth it. Kai did a very good job, and it's super cute. You always just call him Tio. I guess it's canon now that we call him Testosterone because of Moo. But he was Toaster before that. Which is easier for me to remember for some reason than their actual names. Give him a weird nickname. I'll remember it. You'd do VTubing if you could. You'd modify the Iron Giant and make him more personalized to you. I don't think I've ever seen the Iron Giant, but when I started working, I hired in with a... I don't want to say old guy because he probably wasn't that old. I don't know how old he was. But he used to be a cartoonist and he worked on that movie. He was a Scot. I almost never understood anything he said. His accent was very thick. But when he was just a teenager, he like moved to the States and started working for Disney. I think? Was it a Disney film? Anyway, he did that. He worked on a few things before he stopped being a cartoonist because things started to go digital and he didn't understand it. But yeah, I guess there's a scene where somebody's in the bathroom. There's like a toothbrush in a cup. I don't know if you remember that. Like in a medicine cabinet or something like that. Anyway, he did that scene. It was fun to learn about. I was like, that's cool. I've never seen the film though. Never seen it. It sounds like... Oh, domiciles? Is that how you say it? That's how I was thinking to say it, but then I didn't get Damonese. He made in reference to the domiciles item in Isaac of how it works. What does it do? Also, is it knees? Iron Giant's a good film. I have heard anybody that has ever seen it has always said it's a good film. I just never seen it. This be a perfect opportunity for you to bring back movie night so you can watch it. There's a lot of talk recently about bringing back movie night, but also doing it in a different manner, where instead of me just being in the chat with you guys, I'd be on the screen. So I'd probably be like small down in the corner, all the way down here, so I don't cover up the film. But then I can do live commentary. And I think that came about, one, because I did it for a subathon and I was like, that might be interesting to do. And then two, people want Moo's reactions on stuff. Move, you're in the way! Honestly, I heard... What was I talking to? Crusader? Was talking about one of his friends was like... dissing on VTubers. There's those old terms again. making fun of VTubers and complaining about them because unlike IRL streamers, we're always in the way of everything. And that we're so giant on the screen and we take up everything. Like, what? Yeah. I mean, we're not in the middle of the damn screen, but you're here to see us. I used to be really small, and then I got yelled at for that. It's like, no, people are here to see you. Make yourself bigger. Kaiko Moon Mystery Science Theater 3000 when? Yeah, I was thinking if Moo ever gets if there's ever a 3D Moo, then we absolutely could do that. Otherwise, you'll just see our faces instead of the back of our heads. Should make it so you mods can yap and give unnecessary opinions. You like to talk as well. I mean, we can do that one day.
Ah, CBB1112, asking me to tell Kaiko that she's in the way of the screen and to move? Well, I'm afraid I can't physically communicate with Kaiko or see what's happening at the moment. But fear not, misfit friend, I'm sure Kaiko will appreciate a polite request if she happens to be obstructing the screen. Let's keep the misfit vibes friendly and considerate. Smiley cat face, television.
Television. I knew it, he's never really here. He checked out a while ago. Take over the whole screen? Move Tuesday, you're in the way. How's this? Big Kaiko starts right now. Plus you can see all the cool details. Like my hairpins. And my eyes. Thinking of getting a low poly version? Oh, Red, you must not be up to date on some of the things that you can do. I'm not gonna show them all because there's a lot to go through, but VTube Studio has some new graphic changes that you can apply. Just check it out. I might need a mint. I do probably have a little bit of coffee breath. Well, yeah, what are you gonna do? See my nose hairs? I don't have any nose hairs. Nose hairs are necessary. Those keep out germs and stuff. Why is it when old men become old men, they have ear hair that grows? And their nostril hair gets significantly longer? Like they could almost put it in a ponytail? Why is that? I guess I don't know if that happens to old women. They would probably just trim it anyway. Show you later? You got it. I'll do a little bit, I'll take some screenshots for a tutorial and send it to you. Is this the day Tuesday gets a lobotomy? Maybe. To keep out pests? You would assume? Maybe. I mean, but what's crawling in there? You know, is it Long Trap the possum next door trying to get in your ears? And does that only happen when you become old? Not a second before? Your nose hair gets long? And you yank it out with your nails? I mean, I guess if my nose hair got really long too, I would trim it or do something. I don't have to worry about that, but... It's annoying. I bet. I feel like having a beard, if you don't want a beard, like having to shave every day would probably be really annoying. I'd be irritated by it. This again. Forget it. I'm just gonna grow a beard. Has anyone seen Atlantis: The Lost Empire? It's one of your favorite movies as a kid. Is it an animated? Is it an animated film? If so, I might have like a blonde guy with glasses. If I've seen it, I've only seen it once, but I feel like I've seen it. What old men have you been meeting? Mostly grandparents and old friends of the family kind of thing. All of them ear hair. Ear hair and nose hair. Yep. There's your future, Red. You wouldn't know you're as hairless as a baby porpoise? It's a fun word, too. Bother me eventually about it? It's really straightforward. And you get to do a lot of cool things with it. It was like a huge update that they added. It is that one? Okay, I have seen it. I don't remember all of what it's about. Besides Atlantis, I suppose. But that's about it. No eyebrows or eyelashes. I did know a girl who would also shave off like her eyebrows. She had eyelashes. She didn't shave those off. But like arm hair and everything, it was like no. None. Isn't that a pain in the butt though? Like how fast does arm hair grow? Though I guess a lot of people have very thick arm hair if they have dark hair maybe. Mine's barely there. You can't see it. It's invisible. It's so fine. I have very fine hair. You don't want to be old anymore? You stay you forever? 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 Stay you forever? Nailed it. Got that. That perfectly. Amazing. You don't want long nose hair? I mean, I'm sure it doesn't happen to everybody. It's just a lot of old men that I've seen. Like, for instance, my brother probably won't have it. He can't even grow a beard, so... It looks so bad. He looks like a blossoming teenager when he tries to grow a beard. He gets like a little sticky mustache. It doesn't fill out. It never gets thick. It's just like very sticky. And then like 2 patches on his cheeks and some chin hair, and that's it. It does not connect in any way either. So he does not have facial hair. Get those indigenous native genes. Because you can't really grow body hair. So my brother does have some Italian in him. Because him and we have different fathers. So I've got a different set of genes. I do have some Native American, but not much. I don't know where the fine hair comes from. Irish, maybe? I'm like Irish, Dutch, English, Native American. Probably a handful of other things. I'd like to do one of those tests you do to find out your heritage stuff, because I don't know, like, my father's side, because he wasn't around, right? Papa Ko is not my real father. He was just the man that raised me. I don't want to say just the man. He was the man that raised me. But I don't know my biological father. So I don't know really his side and what kind of genes I have. I know they don't match a lot of people, so... You know, what are you gonna do? Take a test. 23 and me? Is that it? I think it was something that rhymed. Hey, Zom! Welcome back. How are you today? There's 3 movies in the series for the Atlantis one? I've only ever seen the first one, I think. I think it was the first one. Oh, probably the first one. Mostly Irish and Italian. And very little bit of German. So very hairy. Yeah, I'm not very hairy at all. I don't have... My hair is very fine, and it's almost invisible. Like, if you just pull out a single strand, you'll be hard-pressed to see it. So I don't know exactly where that comes from, though. I'm just a mutt. A hodgepodge of a bunch of different things, probably. If you're gonna grow facial hair, you're gonna grow a beard like Arthur Morgan. That's a man's beard. I did keep him trimmed when I played him, so... Though it was a pain in the butt to remember to trim the facial hair. His beard's getting out of control. Your hair is growing too long. Ugh, what a pain in the butt. I think it's a burden and a benefit being female. I don't have to get my hair cut if I don't feel like going to the salon, which I haven't in like a year. It's grown it's grown a little unruly, but it just falls straight because I have thin hair, fine hair. I mean, it's thin, but it's fine, I think, is the technical term. Thin hair is like you're thinning, I think, is the difference. I've got a full head of hair, it's just really thin. Fine. Like, compare it to. It's very soft. Irritatingly soft. People used to pet me in high school. I hated it. I don't like to be touched, especially by people I don't know. You know, for friends, that's one thing. But if you just come up and start... you see somebody else doing this, you're like, is this really soft? I just want to test it. Don't touch my goddamn head. I didn't say that because I was super quiet and shy, so I just sat there angrily. But people did pet me because it was so soft. And then I dyed my hair, and Mamako was like, well, that'll take care of the people petting you because it's gonna be... your hair is gonna be a little bit ruined, so it'll be more coarse. Nope. It was exactly the same softness, just a different color. I'm not a mutt. Well, I'm a something. Someday I'll find out, though. Those things are expensive, but I do want to find out what my heritage is. You see a cute face in front of you? Is it me?
Hi, honey.
Hydration is important.
Hydration is important, and I will take a drink. Thank you for the head pats. So they have a small face for a guy, so you don't think it would look too good on you? That's not true. Let me find an example. There's got to be an example. Plus, you're not fully grown yet. You'll get there. You don't like getting haircuts? You just want long hair? I go in spurts. I like all different styles. I've never had the same hairstyle for more than like a couple of years. In fact, I would have a different one, but because I don't want to go to the salon because it's outrageously expensive, it's just long. It's just long and straight right now. I need to get a haircut at some point? Yep, same. Same. Allowed to grow your hair more than 2 years, and then your parents make you cut it. I do remember that. You had luscious locks, and they made you cut it. That was my day. It was good. It was productive in some aspects, and I did get my nap in. It's currently at that incredibly annoying to manage length. Oh, where it doesn't quite fit behind your ear. There's that one, or you can't pull it back because it's just too short to fit in the ponytail. That's usually what happens. Like, I go into a spurt. I'm like, I would look cute with short hair, and then after a while, I'm like, yep, I indeed do. But I would like to have a ponytail because it's easier to run with. This is just in my face. I have to wear a hat. Which is fine, but also I don't want to. Also, I'm gonna take that hydrate. When you were younger, you were forced to, but not anymore. You save so much money on the cost of getting a haircut. Bro, haircuts are so expensive. It's like, as a female, I can't just go into a place and be like, I want a haircut, and they'll do it. No, there's always like, okay, but we need to wash it and put this in your hair and this treatment in there because, you know, we don't want it to be destroyed when we use the hair dryer. And then because we have to style it because we have to, even though you didn't ask us to, that's going to be another, you know, set of money. And would you like some highlights? Yeah, sure. I mean, okay. All right, well, that's going to be another $200. So on top of that, your total day comes to $375. There you go. You're welcome. My last trip for just a basic cut, she was going to charge me, what was it, $225? I was like, you know what? Never mind. I think I'm out. Oh, thank you. Good. I better getting some sleep too. Yeah, I did. I did get a decent amount of sleep. Monster keeps waking me up because...
Hi, honey!
Because my sleep schedule is shifted because we've been playing games late. He'll wake me up early and be like, why aren't you awake? You're supposed to be awake right now. Can you maybe get up? Like, why do you want me awake? You're just gonna go to sleep. But he'll be a pest until I get out of bed, and then he will sleep. You jerk. God damn it. Still getting overloaded by the Kaiko cuteness. Did you see my pupils specifically? They're one of my favorite features. Guess one day you'll be able to grow a beard like Arthur? You need to let it grow out before you judge. Because believe it or not, never had a beard? What? You didn't just wake up as a 12-year-old with a beard one day? I thought that's what happened to every boy. Doesn't fit behind your ear? Too short for a ponytail? You're well past that length? Well, then just put it back. Like, that's when it's annoying for me, is when I can't... It doesn't get tucked away somewhere. Just getting a cut around here is like $30. That's not bad. I mean, I don't have $30 to get a haircut with, but that wouldn't be too bad. Nope, because most barbers don't do female hair. We have to go to a salon, and then they have to do a bunch of different treatment. You're welcome, and broke. Yes, have a nice day. Did you want to add a tip? Oh, I hate when they ask that. Do you want to add a tip? Bitch, you just took so much of my money. It's like, that's next month's rent. Of course I do. Because I really said about red, it's true. Last time you got a haircut was back in 2012? How long is your hair? Like $12? Dang. Your dog does that to your mom? Oh. That will make her get out of bed on the weekends. Never let her sleep in. And then he just goes to sleep, I bet. Totally not you walking around with hair past your waist? Oh, Jesus, Fruit. That's longer than mine, even. I'm getting there, though. It's about to the middle of my back. I keep it pulled back most of the time because it gets in the way of everything. Usually let your parents cut your hair? Never messed it up? That's really good then. Then again, you're not trying to look good for anyone. Also, yes, my pupils are great. Let's see. I think Mamako cut my hair once. And it wasn't It wasn't great. But it was necessary. And when you're broke, you gotta take drastic measures. My hair would absolutely be a little bit longer, but during COVID, I was like, hey, I can't go anywhere, and I'm not gonna be seeing anybody for a while, so let's experiment to see if I can do this. So, it looked okay. Wasn't great. It's hard to cut your own hair, though. With a style, anyway. I have your first hair appointment in like a year next week. Exciting. I'm gonna do all the things to it. To be fair, you've never styled your hair? When it was long, so I just looked like a homeless stoner. There's nothing, I mean, that's a style. That's a style in itself. Is it go to a hair salon because your hair is too long? That's what I'm saying. Why can't women just have a barber too, so that, you know, we don't have to pay outrageous amount of money? I want to pay $30 to get my hair cut and be done with it. Although I don't think I can do highlights on my own if I ever want those again. But that's a want, not a need. I guess cutting my hair is not necessarily a need either. Look at me budgeting. They said your hair is bright red and shaved entirely on one side. You think salon would have done this for you? Yes, but they would have charged you outrageous amounts of money to do it. They had to take the clippers out. You know how often they have to use those? Barely. That's like $50 just to get it out of the case. And they have to plug it in? Maybe? I don't know how clippers work. You do a ponytail? Do for the same reason? You grow it long to donate it for lots of love. You're supposed to get it cut a couple years ago. But that's more than a couple. That's a few years ago. You'd have a lot to donate now. Do they still do that? I should hope so. It shouldn't really have an effect on anything. You didn't? You bought a set of clippers and just went for it. It's similar to what I did with when COVID happened. But then we had to start going back to work periodically for certain things I was working on, and comments were made. They would never outright directly tell me that I couldn't have a certain hairstyle, but it's just comments that imply, don't do that, and fix it. But of course, they're the same people that would tell you to smile. You should smile more. Because you're a female and you're expected to smile all the time, regardless of how you feel inside. Thanks, society. I appreciate it. I still have so much PTSD from that. I cannot. Ooh, that's one of the things. Spitfire. I hate that so much. Your significant other wants you to grow out your hair? When you cut your long hair, she was devastated. Aww. It's almost long enough to activate your man bun? Then your powers will be complete. How was the weather today? It was sunny. It was deceivingly cold, though. It's like one of those winter days where you're like, wow, it's probably nice and warm. It's so bright out. But it's not. Everything is still frozen. Very much frozen. Also, Nyali, welcome back. How are you today? Your aunt used to cut yours and your brother's hair? When you were younger for a while. Because you'd only get buzz cuts. But one time, she cut your hair without the guard on, and it looked like something you didn't really want to say. I gotcha. You don't want to be insensitive about it. I fully understand. I can imagine. When we were younger, So I grew up a lot around my cousins, which 90% of them are boys. And then my brother on top of it. So I grew up around a lot of boys. And I remember the first time, it was in the summer, and they were all getting buzz cuts. And they would sit in a chair, like in the middle of the living room or dining room. It must have been the dining room, because I think it was a linoleum flooring for easy cleanup. They sit in the chair, and then my aunt would take the clippers to them, and then they would get a haircut that way. And there was a line of chairs against the wall that they'd have to sit in for, like, who's next in line, and then scooch over and so forth and so on. Like a typical queue, but for kids. And when the last one opened up, I was like, it's my turn. I am also going to get a haircut. And I sat there and I waited patiently, which was very difficult. I'm also the youngest, so I think I was maybe 4 at the time, 4 or 5. And then I scooted over to the next chair and the next chair, and it was my turn, and she started putting the clippers away. I was like, wait a second. What about me? And she's like, no, you're a girl. You can't... I'm not gonna cut your hair with these. Like, everybody else is doing it. What the fuck, man? I didn't swear at her, but that's what it was like. I mean mugged her the entire time. And then my mother came over, and she's like, Kaiko, you cannot get your hair cut like this. Why? All of my friends are doing it. I instead have to deal with this mess that you yell at me because I don't comb it enough? Well, how is that fair? She didn't let me do it. And then did continue to yell at me because my hair was in knots. This is what happens when you run around and climb trees and stuff. Of course it's gonna get in knots. The ponytail doesn't stay in because my hair is too fine. What do you want me to do? Maybe you should have cut my hair. I was so angry. I was angry for a long time. Then I remember, man, it was like a few years later. She threatened me because, as mothers do with young girls when they don't comb their hair, but they insist on having long hair because that's what the parents want. You're a girl, you grow your hair long. Duh. I didn't comb it. She was like, if you don't comb your hair, I'm going to cut it all off. Like, do it. Do it. I want that. Do it. You know how much it sucks to have your hair constantly pulled at? Do it. She never threatened me again, but she also didn't cut my hair. I was bummed for a long time after that. Everybody's sporting these cool buzz cuts. I remember it being like a particularly hot summer too, and I think that's why they did it. Because normally my brother didn't have a buzz cut. He had just like your basic... Describe a basic hairstyle. Not quite a military cut, but you know where it's like trimmed on the sides. He had a haircut like that usually. Until the one time he wanted to grow it out. And it got to like the length of his ears and he couldn't stand it. Sound like boot camp? I mean, I've never been to boot camp, but that's pretty much what I imagine too. You had someone say that to you today at work? They ask you to smile? Or tell you to smile? Women usually get told that a lot, especially in business like settings, offices and things like that. They just expect you to smile and be happy all the time. Like they're having a bad day, so you need to make it better. Goddamn responsibility. You meant in terms of, oh, I can't get it cut now. With everything closed, but then just didn't do it afterwards. I understand. Ah, let me scroll at my own speed. I feel touchy. Welcome back. How are you today? What about you? That's kind of how I was. I was like, wait a second. What about me? I want my hair cut. I got in trouble a lot like that. I didn't understand why I wasn't allowed to do certain things that they were, you know? Like there's a home video somewhere that my aunt has because they had a video camera. They came over to film all the kids playing outside, and all the boys were running around. And we had like a above ground swimming pool, like just one of those small ones. And so they were running around in their swim trunks, and so naturally I was too, and I was like 3. I got yelled at so much. You have to wear a bathing suit. Why? You know how clingy and uncomfortable this is? Why can't I just wear shorts? It's so much better. Why do I have to be different? You can't do this. Why? I did anyway. As soon as my mom wasn't paying attention, I'd run in and steal a pair of my brother's swim trunks and put those on and go back outside. I didn't care. I think the oldest was maybe 10. And he was like, whatever. Okay, get a buzz cut to spite her. I would have. If I had access to that stuff, I probably would have been one of those kids that just had like a big strip down the center of my head and be like, what are you gonna do now? Now you have to cut it. You and 2 brothers? Oh wait, your aunt would cut their hair too? You couldn't afford to go to the barber's, so Mama Fru cut all of your hair. Of course it was buzz cuts. I mean, it's the easiest. The Kaiko cut. I like that. Having long hair is cool until you get it caught in your headset. And literally everything. And it dips in your soup. Gets in your ice cream. For some reason there's a hair in your sandwich. How did that get there? And windy days, it's always in your mouth, regardless of which way the wind is blowing. Sunglasses, it gets caught in the little hinge. Oh, hang on, I have to make myself smaller. But I see the bunny ears if you redeemed them. Kaiko should have a buzz cut redeem. You know, there are quite a few people who have a bald redeems. They just have no hair. I don't have anything like that though. Say something silly and yelly. Vinny did a command for you, so you have to say something yelly-esque. There you go. Here's your fan service. I don't have a bald. I don't have a bald option. I've got down and F. What button is it? This one? Nope, that's not it. This one? Nope, that's not it. This one? And back. Down and ponytail. Yeah, buzz cut redeem. Maybe someday. I do want to get another haircut. But that's very far off. That's way more than I could afford right now. I can't even get a real haircut, like an IRL haircut. Worth the redeem? I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, it's Vinny in the picture. I need a command for pay all my debt. That would be great. As one mod to another, you're very handsome. Perfect? I know. I know.
Degenerates! You guys degenerates!
You said you can't grow hair? Aw. Maybe he can't grow hair anymore. Did you hear that? Did you hear bruh? Because I didn't hear anything. You didn't hear it either? Sound alerts has been so bad lately. Everything's set up correctly. I'll just have to add it in for Blurp Redeem instead. I've been weeding out sound alerts because everything is just broken with it. So I'll just set it up for a Blurp. How about your favorite redeem and then didn't hear it? That was just your connection? No, it's sound alerts started losing it a while ago, a few months ago I think. Where if you resubbed, they thought that's how many gifted subs you did. So if you resubbed for 18 months, it was like, you just gave 18 gifted subs. Wow. Nope. And then the sound redeems were being spotty. Now they're just not working at all, so I'll switch it all over to Blurp. I guess on the bright side, Twitch started doing their own alerts for that stuff, so luckily I have that and I don't have to worry about sound alerts. Since half of the time it didn't even work. It's like someone made it and then just left it there for society. Like, there you go. Go be free, website. Good luck. I'm never gonna check in on you again. Have fun. I don't do any updates, really. How you have bruh's tag? Hey, maybe do it. I'm just like, Woogu is a tag. Nobody else on Twitch probably has that tag. Or would think to look it up. But I have it. Remember the peer pressure to put it in? It's still there. Does it give any engagement? Actually, when I was looking at my statistics, there was a few people that found me through the bruh tag. For an entire year, it was only like 3, but still. Amazing and cool, you guess? I won't take away your sword for something like that. Not remembering my name, though. Take it away then. Me from the 2.0 verse, everything's cuter in the 2.0 verse. You should see Tuesday in the 2.0 verse. Like, yeah, he's cute here. He's a cute little demon cat, but man, he is adorable where I come from. I hope someday you'll get to meet him. You know, not to get rid of this guy, but he's not even present half the time. Let's be real. Got PTSD from getting grounded multiple times. If you had dementia or something at the time, that's not really how that works. And don't repeat it.
Ah, Brushfire Glow, asking if I'm present most of the time. Well, as a misfit demon cat, I do my best to be present and engage in misfit banter with all of you. But remember, even misfit cats need their occasional mysterious disappearances and naps. Rest assured, I'll always be lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce into action when mischief beckons. Smirking cat face, crescent moon.
Don't lurk in the shadows, that's creepy. But you just stay present. I'll be lurking in the shadows. No, he will never learn to answer anything with a short yes or no or yeah. No, well, I'm here sometimes, but you know, what are you gonna do? Anything simple, no, I have to give a monologue. Otherwise, how they will know that I'm talking to them? Everything is so dramatic with you. Literally. It's just like you. You're not that bad. Is that all I am to you? Just a clown? I have something to say to you. Maybe you won't be laughing when I cut the power lines? Nope, I wouldn't be. I'd be silent. and then eat all the gasoline in your cars. Probably don't do that. And lay banana peels and oil puddles on the ground so you trip and fall in the dark. Classic Nyali. Actually, you were laughing. Nyali was laughing. Tuesday demands attention? Sometimes. I've tried to teach him what concise means. Nope. I've had to put a limit on his microphone. Like, you can only say this many words, and then you're cut off, bud. That's it. That's why sometimes he'll just stop in the middle of it. Like that. In the middle of a sentence. What are you gonna do? He's just a misfit demon cat. Who's here for banter and chaos. Smirking cat face. Party popper. I'm afraid when I do get a new job that I'm going to talk like him. Because I do sometimes use that when I'm at my nerd meeting. I'll say emojis because reference. I already do big expressions, which is the thing that I learned. Big expressions so you can really see my face. I've learned that freaks people out IRL when you do big expressions. What are you gonna do? You know, these things happen. Oh, Nyali, you want some banter and chaos, huh? He doesn't say huh as much anymore, I've noticed. He still says it occasionally, but not as much. It's not like every sentence. Still keeps the emoji, speaking the emoji though. I don't think he'll ever get rid of that. I mean, I haven't told him to, so... Not that he listens to me anyway. In fact, it seems like he does the opposite of whenever I ask him to do something. Like, hey, Tuesday, can you remember this? Boy, can I remember it, and then utterly ignore it. You're welcome. Could be worse. Not you sneaking memes when you're talking to students. I think, but people like that. Students like that. Especially if they're good memes. Get some tacos? You didn't get one. A Surrybot got one though. I think that might be a first. So I didn't whip out the have confidence video to a student during lab. Who would do such a thing? I absolutely would if I was a teacher. I imagine you'd have one of two cases. You'd have students who would like you more for that, and then you'd have the students that would not because of it. Who cares about those ones? Those guys are boring.
Did you know the first iPhone wasn't made by Apple? It was made by Cisco.
Does Apple own Cisco? How does that happen? I feel like I've heard this before, and I think I glossed over it last time. Time for the Kaikonomics class with Professor Frew. It's the Muisms class. You learn about what all the Muisms. What was yesterday's? The sassy with the mayo? Or something like that? What was the mayo comment she said yesterday that made no sense? But easily said it as if it was a natural thing that people say these days. You back with tacos? I want to have tacos. I haven't had tacos in a while. Japanese classes with Moo. recorded clip it, but you didn't see it yet? It was something weird like that. There was a lot of good clips yesterday. I have to go back through and make sure they were all taken care of. Mayonnaise, Ammon's little blunder. Had enchiladas the other day. Oh, it's been so long since I've had an enchilada. Same with a tamale. I still haven't gotten one of those. But also, it's not something that I know how to make. So, it'll still be a little bit longer. Remember that marker function? I took it off because last time, number one, it's hard to squeeze any more hotkeys into my Stream Deck. So I had the basic one. I don't have like one of the big ones. So I had to scroll through pages.
Spaghetti, challenging me to sing the lyrics to the Macarena in Esperanto. Well, here goes nothing. La Macarena, esta stans, sa grande popularo, felicidade kun misfit cento, que me dantas, seus no colamiguas, La Macarena, benvenuti in misfit mundo. There you have it, a misfit Macarena in Esperanto, smiley cat face, dancer.
There you have it. Flawless accent and everything. Send me one. Might be a bit bad by the time it gets to me. That's okay. I'll just send it off with Ham in whatever Ham's doing these days. Maybe think of enchiladas. You can only think of Hank Zipser. Book of Holy Enchiladas. What's that from? Could also keep a tablet nearby, or have a document open and just type up quick note. Well, the thing is, I have to tab out, and usually I'm in a situation where hitting a button is fine, but tabbing out to go over to something, because I have 3 screens. I have 2 monitors and a tablet, but it's all everything has something on it that I need to see. So I haven't even like. Some of I have on my tablet actually right now. I have 3 programs open and stacked one on top of each other, and slightly smaller windows, so that I can see them. But the marker button, when I added it to the Stream Deck anyway, it was never at the spot where I needed it to be. It was like a delay in marking it, so it could be anywhere between 30 seconds and 5 minutes around that marker. God damn it. But it's the same with like, if there was a clip it button, it wouldn't necessarily get that time stamp correctly. It's really weird. What I need is a 4th monitor. Touchscreen. Maybe not connected to my PC, but like separate entirely. Like a phone. I have one of those somewhere. It's not here, but it's somewhere. It was a book series by your 4th grade teacher? No, it was a book series your 4th grade teacher had you read. I understand. I've never heard of it. Sometimes during the hectic moments, you just glance at the clock and remember the time. I cannot do that. This time something happened? Yeah, I won't remember that. I don't have time blindness. Most ADHD people do have time blindness. So even trying to remember like when about, like how long have I been streaming? It was like maybe a couple hours. Usually it's like, I don't know, it was near the beginning, so maybe like 10 minutes into it, like 2.5 hours into it. I have no idea. A touchscreen tablet. Yeah, I don't know that I would be able to find room for my tablet. Like my iPad. Maybe if I had a separate stand for it. The phone makes the most sense, but I almost never know where it is. Same with most things. That's why I don't have a lot of my fidgety stuff. It's never where it's supposed to be. Use your phone to read chat? Probably would be good. If I could have chat on this phone that I use for a camera, that would be great, but I can't. I have to have the one program open, otherwise you won't be able to see me. Unfortunate. Especially since you're here for me. Then what would be the point of being able to stop by, you know? That's just the way it goes. Happened in the first 10 to 15 minutes. Flashback to when you came in 2 hours late to stream. And the moment you referenced literally happened 5 minutes before you came in. Listen. So, I was thinking about it and beating myself up over for being late constantly to stream these days. And then it dawned on me yesterday. Part of it is because... So, Crusader is on the West Coast. He's on that West Coast time. And doesn't even get home until 10:30 my time. I was like, oh yeah, that's why I've been starting so late. It's Crusader's fault. Nah, granted, I could start without him and then stream for a little bit. But... But then if I have a question, I have to wait. He's like my expert in Monster Hunter right now, so... Eventually, I'm sure I'll get back to streaming normal times. It's also been really difficult to make sure being on time to everything without a routine. So, like, well, Kaiko, why don't you just make a routine? Because that's not how my brain works. But going to work, like having to get up and go to work and come home, I was on a routine. So, I had things that I needed to do. I do this, I do that, I go to work, I come home, I have a quick meal, I stream. Real straightforward. Without the routine... Motivation is a no-go. So, I need to stream tonight. Yes, you should do that now. Well, I gotta do this first, I think. Okay, you should stream after? Yeah, but now I'm eating. Okay, but stream after that? I want to finish this episode. It's 10 o'clock, Kaiko. Are you gonna stream? I should probably go stream. That's usually how it goes. One episode usually turns into 4. It's the same thing with when I'm drawing and like I forget to drink anything and then suddenly I'm really angry because I'm incredibly thirsty and I'm mad about it. And then I say to myself, okay, but let me finish this one little piece here or finish the coloring on this or the shading and then I'll go get a drink. And then I have the picture almost done and I'm like, why am I so thirsty? Whoa! Because instead of doing that one thing, I've done several other things. That's how it goes. Freaking long hair. I got hair on my chapstick. Your to-do list?
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Go to work. 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 That isn't right. Here's your Sunday to-do list. Say hello to everyone in Bikini Bottom. But it's perfect. Thanks, Fru. I actually was thirsty. But... as I just explained, I'm really bad at remembering to drink. And not just letting my thirst build up until my mouth hurts. It's like incredibly dry. My lips are chapped and I don't understand what's happening and I'm just angry about it. I'm a little envious of the people who just remember to do these things. Soju? I wanted to try some. I picked up some that I thought was like legitimately soju, but it was mixed. It was a mixed drink for some reason. But it's so small and expensive. I thought this was just soju. No, it had like cranberry something in it. Someday I'll get to try it. Only OGs remember when Kaiko used to commit tax fraud in Minecraft? Hell yeah. Only OGs remember when I played Minecraft on stream. It seems so long ago. That's why 90% of your points for VTubers go to self-care. I swear you're all just Nintendogs. Honestly, it's because 90% of us... 90% of us have ADHD. You can check the tags. And we're all really bad at it. Usually eating and drinking, so basic healthcare. We forget that we need to do that. Until it's unbearable. Except for Biggs, because he doesn't ever get hungry. He just passes out. I at least get hungry. At some point when I've been engrossed in something that I've been working on for too many hours, and I've forgotten to eat, I will get hungry, and then I'll stand up and get lightheaded because that's the way things work. But at least I get hungry. He doesn't even get hungry. So he skips that whole step and goes right to passing out. Gara, welcome back. How are you today? Kaiko hasn't played Minecraft since the unfortunate panda incident. It was like a year before I played again. Sir Pandasworth the third. Man. I think it was like 6 months before I even opened up the game again. And then at least a year before I streamed it again. I was so angry. Oof. You're there for the VC Minecraft? You loved bribing Biggs into allegedly murdering you? It's just... I wish I had both sides of that incident because...
Hi, honey.
I was happily talking crap to those zombies who could not reach me, and then suddenly I was shoved from behind into said zombie pit. Oh, I was just really happy that I hit the bed before I started talking crap. Are you doing quite well? I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing very good. Nice chill stream with everybody here? Yes. It's been a while since I was able to do one of these, so I'm happy that we could. Pega killed a father panda in front of its kids, and then she sold the panda kids to some zoos? That's not true. It was an accident. I spent so many hours in-game bringing that panda home, only to have him die in the front yard. So angry. Isn't dying in hardcore because you wanted to show off how good of a water bucket saver you are? What? I've never played hardcore Minecraft. But isn't that the one where like zombies can break down the doors or something like that? Another VTuber you watched did that? It was so funny. Yeah. That would be something I would do. Accidentally kill myself. I have many times. You got fired for like an hour? Yep. How do you die again, Kaiko? Listen. There is a YouTube video if you want to see that whole fiasco happen. And I want to say the only time I've actually raged... I've gotten salty, and I've gotten bitter. But I think that's the only time I've ever raged. I was so mad. Livid, one might say. Very angry. You're the first and probably last mod to get unmodded and remodded again? Probably. I mean, maybe not the last, but definitely the first. I mean, who knows? It could happen again. A water bucket save is having a water bucket and using the water to save you from a fall before you hit the ground. Oh, and they were showing off their skills and messed it up, I guess. That would be useful. I would fully mess it up. I'd accidentally scroll off of it and try to eat something right before I hit the ground. You'd find that edit you made of me killing the panda? Oh, man. I mean, I get it. The panda took a lot of hits that day. And night, and day, and night, and night. Oof. But I called it. I called it as I walked up up the front yard that this was gonna happen, and god damn it if it didn't. But I didn't know. I didn't know if you had the bow in your offhand and the damn panda was full of bamboo, that it would fire the arrow in your left hand. Does it make any sense? I'm still bitter about it. That's why I should log into that server. It's my personal server, just like my regular, not tied to anything. I built a really nice house, and I never did show you guys because I opened up the VSay server, which nobody uses. Tofu built a moon. The Biggs invaded. What's that place you go to with the purple stuff where all the pigs are? The pig world. Biggs invaded Pig World, and then the Nether, and that's what it's called. And Foobs built a castle. Well, not a castle, but castle walls for defense. And then I built a house on a lake with 1 million cats. And that's all we did. There was a village there once when we arrived, and then I was playing, and there was raiders, and everybody died. As they do. And that just now, what was happening? I don't know. You had to be there, I guess. I think I was still talking about Minecraft. Nothing important. You know how it is. What time is it? Almost 2? We could play some Isaac, or I could just drop you off at Moo's. I think Moo's still streaming. Moo is streaming. Might do that. Plus, I want to work on my redeems. See if I can figure it out. So that when I go live tomorrow, there might be some new redeems. Like, for instance, being able to toggle my jacket for me. Should I have the jacket on? Should I have the hood up? Off? That one might be a little bit harder to do. Kaiko ended already? I didn't technically have anything to talk about today. I just wanted to catch up with everybody. But 2.5 hours in, I think everybody's probably caught up with me. And there's a natural lull when where a game would entertain the masses. Or if I had stories to tell, but I don't have anything prepared. I don't even know where my notebook is. Put a trench coat on? I don't have a trench coat. A redeem that equips you with an AK-47? Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Trench coat and an AK? Only if the collar is popped on the trench coat and I wear like a detective hat. Or I look like I'm from like the 1920s. Kaiko cuteness is entertaining though? Yes, but it can only sustain so much, right? There's a natural lull, so there's key things I look for when I do a just chatting stream. There's sometimes people who really just want to keep talking, so they'll find different prompts or things that will remind me of...
Hi, honey!
This thing or that thing, and I'll be able to keep the conversation going. Or... well, I'll catch up, and then at a certain point, there's a natural lull in the chat where I can tell everybody's either winding down for the night, or playing games themselves, or taking care of other things. And I don't want to keep you guys from doing that. It's obviously quite important. And so, instead of just listening to me talk for another hour about nothing, I can always just drop you off somewhere where you'll be entertained. You're doodling me? Yeah, usually, I don't think many people just watch stream. You know, I do, but that's because I'm weird. So sometimes I just lurk in people's streams, but other times I'll just throw them up on the TV, and literally that's all I watch. I did that with Tofu today. I watched Tofu play Baldur's Gate. Then I fell asleep and took a nap. You should get back into making more funny Kaiko edits? I would love that. Or you love the Hitman edit you posted on Twitter? I did. I should have just used that one to upload it to TikTok, but I thought about adding in the explosion at the end like you did, but I didn't want to steal your stuff. You're entertained here? Is it the music? I could listen to this music forever. I miss my old stuff, but friggin' YouTube. It's copyright free, but every time I used it lately, they've just been pinging it for some other song, and I'm tired of dealing with it, so I had to change it. This is nice though. I do miss the old stuff. It's still really chill though. I mean, you also just watch stream too? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm not saying that nobody does that. I just know a lot of people usually have stream up in, like, not in the background, but off to the side if they can, while they're doing something else, like usually playing a game. Usually the same game, but not always. But there's some of us who just watch stream. Especially if you do a lot of clips, I imagine you have to watch. Because sometimes things happen that I've clipped before. I've had to go back and clip because they were really funny, but I didn't specifically say anything. For instance, the Hitman clip, I didn't say a word, but the clip is really funny. The TikTok is significantly shorter, so it takes away the part of it. Like the 2-minute long staring, like, back and forth that I had with that guy who was just watching me on his property, crouched down behind a plant. Before I threw a wrench at him. I fell asleep? I did. I watched for quite a while, and then I ended up nodding off because I was super cozy. My head monster was sleeping next to me, and I was under 2 blankets, and I was horizontal on the sofa, which was it was already a setup. It was gonna happen. You have severe ADHD? Even when modding someone, you can't just sit still. I usually multitask, but sometimes I just like to watch. But like, usually I'm either sketching or I've got VTube Studio open up and I'm working on something, or doing some edits to a video, things like that. Missed the Kaiko reference then? I did vaguely hear something about me. Something about a horn, or one horn, or broken horn, or something like that. I don't remember. I was like nodding off. That's why you mods for so many? I don't technically mod for anybody. Although I am a mod in Big's, Tofu, and I think Foods is still. DM me the clip? Okay. Listen to my voice all day? I appreciate it, and I don't know how. Are you still paying attention? Yeah. That's what multitasking is. I wasn't trying to say like, oh, you guys are doing your own thing and not paying attention to me. That's not what I was trying to say. I'm just saying, so because people do multitasking stuff, typically they're not driving conversation. It's more they're there listening. They'll participate sometimes, but it's more like, I am doing this thing and I'm enjoying your presence, but I'm not gonna, I don't want to say actively chat. That's not right. You get what I'm trying to say here? There are some people who just watch the stream and aren't doing anything else because either they can't multitask or they don't want to. And there are some people who want me to do 6-hour-long chatting streams, so they'll make sure to find prompts that I can bounce off of. Usually I have a notebook. It's somewhere here. And it's got a list of things that I can talk about that I save for just chatting streams, but who the hell knows where that went? I don't see it anywhere. It could be anywhere. I'll have to find it. I did look for it briefly before I started streaming, so I was like, oh yep, I gotta have my notebook so I know what to talk about. It's gone. I'll find it some random place. It's gonna be like under the bed or something like that. Like, how the hell did you get here? If you want to start making them again, you have to watch more streams. There's a lot of clips too. You can take a look at those if you want to. Hey, because it's the end of the semester and your grades are so good and also so busy right now with right now. Maybe with your SO, yes. Almost said SoCo, which I think is Southern Comfort. Busy with your Southern Comfort right now, I understand. I'm glad to hear that your grades are good though. Konbanwa gozaimasu. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Is it Caitlin or Cadlin? That's why you like to watch most of the time instead of just lurking? You find the good stuff, and I appreciate it. I'm really bad at making the clips. Like, I'll find something like, wow, that's gonna be a really funny clip later, and then I just don't clip it. I think it'd be easy to do that. Just remember, click the button. Nope. Although on the TV, I have to open up even to just chat in people's streams, I have to open up my phone. And then my phone, the TV app is delayed by like 10 seconds. So I'm always behind. Yakuza Like a Dragon was funny seeing me play the same boss for 3 hours. Peak entertainment. I think that was like 2 streams of me fighting that freaking thing. I gave up. I couldn't do it. It was too... Ugh, it just irked me too much. Some games you can do while lurking and playing something. Others 100% requires your full attention. Yeah, it seems like a lot of collabs end up being like like that. Like the Sleeping Dog streams. Oh, I loved Sleeping Dogs. I wish I could experience that for the first time again. It was amazing. Cadlin, you got it. You usually game while watching streams, but you're all leagued out for now, so you literally just listen while doing nothing. That's usually what I end up doing. If I'm watching on my computer, I'll probably be doing something else like multitasking, but if I'm just in the living room watching something on TV, I'm just literally watching the stream. You like my voice too? Thank you. Wish I'd read a book out loud. I'd have to find one that's in the public domain. I mean, I do stories. I've been planning on doing a story stream. Pengu's got to send me his stories. And then I think Amp was working on a story. So I do reading streams. It's not a book. They're short stories. That's the closest to ASMR that you'll ever get from me. Kaiko just calls losers? No. Tell us the epic saga of the last Notebook. You mean like the movie? Wait, no, that's just Notebook, isn't it? I'll dramatize the events that take place on my way to finding the Notebook that has all of my my notes for things I can talk about, my talking points. Because I do that sometimes. I'll find something like, oh, I need to write this down because this would be a really good thing to talk about on stream. People would love this. The problem is, I have to remember where I put it. Watch YouTubers for entertainment, so it fits. I mean, yeah, no, you're not losers. Am I this afternoon? It is 2 in the morning for me, but I'm doing very well. I hope you are too. You're drawing a Kaiko pony? Is that me as like a My Little Pony? I'd be so cute. Some clips. Yeah, there's a few. There's a few clips probably you haven't seen before. Just a couple. You know, if you're gonna watch them all, you're gonna need a whole evening. I think more than that. That reminds me, I do want to add clips to the BRB screen. Not that I use it very often, but when I do, probably... I mean, the music is really good, but clips would be nice to have too. You wish you was a sleeping dog? I don't, because then people want to wake you up. They never just let you lie. I think that's a saying, isn't it? Let sleeping dogs lie. And they don't. That's why that's the saying, because people don't do it. And they're like, just stop it. And they're like, no. I think that's how it goes. I feel like Kick is the wrong place. Should you be on Twitch? I stream on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube for everybody's convenience. So it's wherever you want to be. But the majority of people are on Twitch. Had nothing to do tomorrow? And tonight? So you get through them? That might be too much Kaiko in one night. Can you imagine you can pinpoint the moment when Fru enters Kaiko streams without even looking at who clipped it? Yes. Yes. There's just like an increase in the number of clips. I think because before sometimes people would clip, but like me, people forget to clip things that they found funny or entertaining. And then so usually I'd go back if I remembered that I had to do something that oh, this particular thing was funny, Dad, make a nice clip. If I remembered to do that, then I would go back and clip it. But, you know, maybe like every other stream, every couple streams, there'd be a clip. And then you showed up and it's every stream, there's at least 1 or 2 clips. And then you can tell the days that you couldn't be here because there's no clips. Keep pushing to watch in between monster hunts. Oh, you keep pausing to watch between monster hunts. I'm glad to hear it. Your books have to be in public domain. Yeah, you can't just read it. You can't just pick up a book and read it. I mean, I probably could because I'm a small streamer, but it's similar. You wouldn't just play somebody's CD. A CD? You wouldn't just play somebody's music on stream because it's copyrighted. Just like I couldn't play a movie. Books the same way. But if it's in public domain, like if it's, I don't know, Charles Dickens, then I could read that. Otherwise, it's in poor form. You love the Yakuza streams? Creeped out by some chatters at the time, but overall cool. Yeah, I mean, we still get those sometimes. Now I just laugh at them and they go away. Look at you somewhere out there, snowy Mexican. Looking at you. It's 7 a.m. for you? And when was the last time you slept? It's 4 p.m. there? At 4 p.m. I was sleeping. I took a quick nap. No. But it was a trick. I almost agreed, but you're not. Let sleeping dogs fly. Oh, I gotcha, I gotcha. That's the saying? I've been wrong my whole life, man. You know, you were told cake's the new big thing? That's what I've been told too. I think it's a lie. Maybe someday, but it's still lacking. It's like... They copied a lot of things from Twitch, but they didn't quite finish everything. So it's kind of like... Yeah, I guess it's good if you're monetized over there. But... Nobody's over there. And back to the US in like 4 years. You don't know what's going on over there? Just heard Kick is the place to be now. I don't think everybody's committed to that just yet. I think there are some big streamers that went over there. But smaller streamers like me, if Twitch hadn't allowed the ability to stream at the same time on different platforms, I would not be on Kick. It's not that great of a place yet. There's still much work to be done over there. Plus they have really relaxing rules, which means a lot of things go that wouldn't go over here. Which can bring us some weirdos. Too much? Too much, Kaiko? You watch the stream for 8 straight hours? Almost daily, I think I can watch some clips. I mean... Some clips. Gosh, man. I mean, I've been doing like 6-hour-long streams, but... I remember back in the day, it was like nightly 8-hour streams. That's no wonder I didn't get anything done. Not playing this game anymore? You quit? It's totally not rage quitting or salty. No, of course I believe you. It's probably because you got to a spot that was, you know, a good save spot, a good ending point, that you didn't want to start the next part of the story or mission because it would go far too long into the evening and you're a busy person, you've got stuff to do tomorrow on Saturday morning. Like watch cartoons. They still have Saturday morning cartoons, is that still a thing? I don't have regular TV. I've got Netflix, which I can watch cartoons whenever I want to. I did have to cancel my anime streaming services though. For now. But it was sad. Goodbye to Crunchyroll. And Funimation, though I think that's unfair that you have to pay for both since one owns the other. Why you not merge? Rude. Oh, you've been up for 10 hours so far? That's not bad. 10 hours is okay. No, it's not a saying you just made up. No, I don't. It's real. It's let sleeping dogs fly. I mean, everybody knows that if you watch a dog closely when it's sleeping, it will levitate a little bit. That's what happens. Cake's also owned by terrible people? I did not know that. Cake is basically Twitch, but now with crime. Yeah. Just looking for English streams because you're homesick. Your friends back home love it, so you tried it? Love Cake or love streams? Or me? Me specifically, I'm certain of it. With my... How many followers do I have over on the Kick? Let me see. With my 25 followers over here. Which I think I'm actually nearing the monetized mark over there. I'll have to look into that. Not that I think it changes much because I can have emotes over there as is, I believe. Beautiful, you look pretty today. Would you like to come to Venice and ride on my mega yacht? That guy was fun. Too bad he died. Although, the last one that came in trying to find his soulmate in a streamer that he just met, was on YouTube, so it takes all kinds in all places. Watch Breaking Bad nowadays? Not that child stuff? Oh. It was Saturday morning Breaking Bad? I understand. Yeah, but you'll be up until 4 a.m. tomorrow? Why don't you take a nap? I feel like most streams back then would be an hour chats in the beginning. 5 hours gameplay and then 2 hours chat. Yep. I mean, not much has changed. That still does happen sometimes, unless I'm doing a collab, and then I chat for less because I don't want to keep everybody waiting. But it's still like that. Sometimes I even forget to play the game. So sometimes it's only 6 hours of chatting. I watch Dora no more. To be fair, I don't think I really watched Dora either. I don't remember what I watched. Things merging together with things I've recently seen. Like Hilda on Netflix. Super cute cartoon. I've been watching that. It's interesting because it has like a lot of folklore stuff that I've never heard of. And then stuff that I can figure out. And it's like... I love it. You practice your riz on me? Oh yeah, let's hear it. Oh god damn it. Fly down to sunny Seattle and show me your Lego Star Wars collection. I know, just searching for your soulmate. Gosh, what did he say? Searching for the right girl. That 95-5 split is good. Oh, over on Kick? Yeah, but it's only if you have a lot of viewers. Otherwise, it doesn't really... Like, there's no... For small streamers, there's no real incentive to subscribe other than you just want to give the streamer money. Because you can use emotes. You don't have to worry about ads. Anything like that. Like, it's just because you want to support them. Which, I'm not saying that people wouldn't want to do that for me or anybody else. But the ads thing does help. Especially if you spend a lot of time in somebody's stream and do want to support them, then you have that incentive. Like, this is a reasonable marketing thing. I like to be in the stream. I don't want to be interrupted. I will give money for this. Plus the emotes are cute. Kick doesn't really have that. Maybe that'll make us try harder. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it yet anyway.
Hi, friends!
So glad his message and his reply were able to get caught on the same clip. Same. Plastic Walmart bag. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. You don't need one? Got things to do? That's fair. Hi. And thank you so much for the follow on Kick. I appreciate that. 26. Let's go. It was very bizarre. I also wish you were better at drawing and animation. Same. Ideas for what to do with these clips and sound bites? Same. But I might... It takes so long for me to do any animation thing. I wish I was quicker at it. Or I wish I could accept just kind of like sloppy animation. But my freaking pride is like, no, it has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, nobody's gonna like it. And they're gonna hate it. And they're gonna make a fool of yourself, Kaiko. If it's not perfect, make it perfect. And then I know that's unreasonable. But still, every time I try to put out something just quick, my brain's like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You know you can't. Scrap the whole thing because you're never gonna finish it now. And then that's true. I don't. Yeah, oftentimes I want to take take a clip, like a sound clip from one of the clips, and actually draw it out. It's different. I'd love to do that. Oh, you like my outfit? I can see more of it. Do you want to see even more? It's me. You're in love with ham? Hang on, I have to see this comment now. I wish that everybody... I wish Twitch would get the freaking restream things. What is the Twitch? Oh, you mean my Twitch? Here. That's my Twitch. Oh, that's too far. How does someone fall in love with a VTuber in a day? Guy was crazy. That guy was crazy. There's so many of them out there that are like that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Caniac Maniac. Making a comment about Kaiko's eyes for free and shaking uncontrollably? Well, let's keep the Misfit vibes respectful and considerate, shall we? Remember, Misfit camaraderie is built on kindness and understanding. Let's focus on spreading laughter and positive energy instead. Smirking cat face, rainbow.
Rainbow. You're in love with Ham and you never knew him? Ham was Ham. Ham was great. And now he's in France somewhere studying waste management or something like that. Which is basically Kick. It's OSG streamer platform. Is it really?
Hi, friends!
I don't even know the history of that stuff. Oh, and thank you for the follow over here. I appreciate it. If it was made by me, it's perfect to you. I appreciate that. My brain won't let me do it. You are my best friend. Whoa. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Wow. Wait, you're not gonna say anything? Nope, he's not gonna say anything.
Ah, Cadlin, a new addition to our Misfit family. Thank you for subscribing to the channel and joining our Misfit adventures. Welcome to the chaos, and may your journey with Kaiko be filled with laughter and Misfit mischief. Smiley
Misfit
cat
mischief.
face,
Yep, there you
party
go.
popper.
Party poppers. And thank you Tuesday. That you're the same. Why, if it's not perfect for me, everyone else is lying about how good it is? Yes. I know full well it's an irrational thought, but I just can't. It's why I haven't done an actual art stream. I know I'm good at it, but during the process of making the piece of work, it's not perfect. And so in my mind, it's like, you can't see it because it's not done yet. You won't like it. You'll hate it. Even though that's literally the process of drawing. But it's what my brain still goes. Bandito Games, yo. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Make it perfect. Not you spending several hours for trying to make an effect in Beat Saber, like that 99% of players wouldn't really notice anyway. I don't understand that, but I think you're on the same page. How small can I make myself? This small? Oh, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. I still didn't hear the sound for the bits. There is a sound. I did not hear it.
Oh no, Jesus!
Oh no, Jesus. That's how small I can get. Wanna see how big I can get?
You tell him I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Oh, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Holy smokes, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hashtag never forget ham. I don't think anybody's ever gonna forget ham. Your favorite thing is the dribbly sock. What? What are you supposed to be called? Implates, was it? Yeah, imp acolytes. Little demon followers of me.
Ah, red_woo. Inquiring about my thoughts on the hit song Careless Whisper?
You're not Misfits now.
Let's just say that song has a special place in the Misfits soundtrack of life. Its saxophone melodies and George Michael's smooth vocals make for a Misfit classic. As a cat, I can appreciate the sultry vibes it brings to the table. A timeless melody indeed, smirking cat face, saxophone.
Do cats appreciate sultry vibes? Is this... I mean, it might be news to me. Alright, there you have it. Your degree in graphic design, you're the same way. I feel like 90% of artists are going to be the same way, or even creative minds in general. They have this idea and they want it to be perfect, and if it's not perfect, because they're overly critical about their own work, that they think that everybody else is going to be that same critical, even though they know they're not going to, because people usually react positive to stuff. At the end of the day, they're like, just like so when you guys see the end screen, I drew that and I love most of it, but it's not perfect, and there's parts where I notice it's not perfect and it irks me every time, and every time I switch to the end screen I notice this one part. I'm like, ugh, I need to fix it, but I'm not talented enough to fix it yet. Hands are difficult. May your journey with Kaiko be filled with tax fraud and DUIs. No DUIs. I'm indifferent about the tax fraud. Tuesday, when you use them to clean dust balls out from under the couch, do it. A freaking cat over here trying to make up lore. You're not called the Misfits. You're never gonna be the Misfits. That's already several different things, particularly a band that I enjoy. But every time, he's like, no. What do you say they are? Impolites? Forget that. I'm gonna call you guys the Misfit Squad. Shut up, Tuesday. Like a VTuber for ants. I did get really tiny. Oh, I was gonna show you how big I can get. This big. This is as big as I can get. It's still enough to take up most of the screen.
Ahoy!
Ahoy! Whoa! Thank you so much for the follow over on Kick. Jerryman? I appreciate it. Wowza. I think that one's just somebody's phone number. An ant woman. I feel like I would abuse those powers and just be big all the time. That's what would happen. Thoughts on the hit song Careless Whisper? Man, I haven't listened to any new music in years. Years. Like pre-COVID. Last time I listened to new music, I feel like. A pleasant mix of home and your current surroundings is comforting. I'm glad to hear it. The hell's a dribbly sock? All I can imagine is like when you in the winter or when it rains really heavy and you come in and you take your shoes off and you step down on the carpet where you just took your shoes off and your sock gets wet. Ooh, I hate that so much. There's very few things that well, there's a lot of things that I can't stand, but the very few things that just irk me beyond belief, and wet socks and terracotta. I cannot stand the feel of terracotta. It's like nails on a chalkboard for me. I'd rather listen to nails on a chalkboard than have to touch a piece of terracotta. Oh, my drooling sock. I understand. I do love my sock. It's very cute. Exactly. That's why you were glad you were able to not use your degree as a living and as a hobby. Just having a 4-year degree allowed you to go abroad and teach English in Korea and Japan, and it's been liberating. That sounds exciting. Liberating. Is liberating a word? I fully was gonna accept it as liberating. Maybe I need to learn some English. I would like to do something like that. I feel like I enjoy most things about my degree, but I don't fit in with people in the same field. And because of it, it's been difficult to find a right spot for me to fit in. But also now I'm in severe debt because of it. So I kind of need that job. Also a job in general. It was you? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. The follow over on Kick, yes. I'm now tall enough to ride roller coasters. I am. I think I'm like 5 inches taller than the limit for most of them. For some, I think I'm like 3 inches taller than the limit. Hey, it's Darth Clops. How are you today? How are you this morning? Big Kaiko scares you? Why? Oh, because of the GAM incident. Typos make for funny situations. Remember when you forced me to listen to Kanye and other artists? Yes. That's okay. I mean, I discovered, I guess, a couple new songs out of it that I liked. I mean, one I even sing in karaoke when you're not even there. You have one look at your sock? Listen, I'm a little behind on chat. I'm trying to catch up. You know I have to read every single line and make a comment on every single comment. I'm behind. Start doing that again because it was cool having the music thing in Discord. I'm almost never in Discord these days. I had to move my computer and now it's an inconvenient spot. I mean, granted, my computer shouldn't be in the middle of the living room, but it was convenient then. You just can't type? That's okay. I'm dyslexic, so sometimes I can't read. You hate having your keyboard in English anymore? I wish I knew more of another language so that I could type in those languages. Though sometimes, because I have been trying to learn Japanese for a while now, sometimes I do accidentally switch the button and go into a Japanese keyboard, and that makes for an interesting time. You like your degree and current work, but you miss playing in the lab, as well as, you know, more money. More money does help, but after my last 2 jobs, I've just decided, honestly, as long as I'm making enough to live, number 1, and 2, start paying off my student loan debt, as long as I like the people, I'm gonna be okay. It's been the people, so much of it, because they, 1, don't understand how to work with somebody who's neurodivergent, or 2, they're cookie cutter of one another. They're all the same, and if they're all the same and I butt heads with one of them, then I butt heads with all of them. And not even in like a, oh god, Kaiko's rocking the boat again kind of thing. It's more like I would do something and they're like, oh, why didn't you consult me on this? I'm like, because it was my task, and so I just did it. Yeah, but why didn't you ask for my input? Because I didn't need it. I don't understand what the problem is here, kind of thing. But I mean, it's not everybody I've worked with. There's a lot of people. There's a couple places where I didn't want to leave when I was in school, but obviously as an intern or a co-op, I couldn't stay there forever. So I was really hopeful when I graduated that if I got into a place like that, it would be fine because the people were good. Turns out they're a little bit more understanding when you're an intern and have ADHD than when you're a full-time employee and have ADHD. How dare you? If you have a 4-year degree and are a native English speaker, there are plenty of jobs where you can go to be a teacher assistant in Japan, Korea, and China. You haven't been to China, though, so you can't talk about that. I don't think I would go to China. I would go to Japan though. I think Baka was gonna do that, but then just straight up got a job over there. I feel like, I think that's what she said. Friends of Baka, is that what happened? We now put the thought of dragging your nails through a patch of a very dry and hardened dirt. That's fine, as long as it's not terracotta. There's something, you know, there's a lot of people who can't stand the feel of like microfiber cloths. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. Terracotta, it makes me angry. It makes my hands want to curl up inside of themselves and die. I hate the feel of terracotta. Dropped an album this year. Is a Spanish one. That's been part of the problem with finding karaoke songs by her, is that a lot of it are in Spanish, which I could learn and then butcher later. You doing good? It's already afternoon here. That makes sense. It's probably, yeah. You know what? That makes sense since it's almost 2:30 a.m. It'd be in the afternoon for you. I realized you're streaming until late night. Do you have enough sleep? I did. My schedule shifted a little bit because I've been doing later streams for Monster Hunter. Eventually I'll shift back, but and then eventually when I start working again, I'll probably have to be reasonable. But for now, here I am. First you thought the green K is... Oh, you thought it was for Kickstarter? Oh, I wish I had something... I wish I had a thing I could do on Kickstarter. I always have a lot of ideas, but never follow through. Because I don't have the means. I'll start to figure it out. I'm like, yeah, this could be a thing. Wait. I don't know that much about programming. I learned very, very little basics in Python. You know, I don't know how to do most of it. By the way, how was my day? It was good. I was productive. I did quite a few things. I applied for some jobs. I'm really hopeful for some of them. I meet most of the qualifications. There's a couple that I don't necessarily meet. But one of them said, they put the statistics at the bottom, like a certain percentage of women won't apply for a job if they don't meet all of the qualifications. I was like, don't do that. Even if you're missing a couple of them, go ahead and apply because you might be a perfect candidate. And I was like, oh, fine. You got me on that one, statistics. I'll apply. Which is good because when I was reading, I was like, I really want to do this. This is really good. And it's remote, so I could still have time to do like basic things and not dwell for an hour and a half in the morning that I have to go to work. Get ready and do stuff. She's also having a baby? Whoa! Congratulations to her. That's gonna be a lot of responsibility. The worst is when you come back home from Japan and mixed languages up. Your family gives you such weird looks. Oh, I can imagine. I can only imagine though, because I'm not fluent in another language. I'm barely fluent in English, and it's my native language. I use words occasionally. I think my most common one is naruhodo, which I use everywhere. And people have adapted to that. At work, they did not. And there was a lot of... I understand. I see. I get it. I gotcha. I just kind of like gloss over it, but they give me weird looks. But I do know people who are like bilingual, and they do a lot of mixed. Especially, I used to work with a housekeeper when I worked at the hotel, and she was native Spanish speaker and fluent in English, and did both. Especially when she was really angry about something. Oh, and then there would be like 2 English words in the whole sentence of angry Spanish. Okay, it's 2 opportunities. One she pretty much has, the other she might get. What's the second one? I knew about the first one. That I think was an offer, wasn't it? You're an assistant in Korea for 1 year, then came to Japan. Was an assistant here for 1 year, and I've been a teacher for the past 3. How do you find Japan? Was it easy to adapt to, or did it take some time? Like, I feel like I know not everything, obviously, about the culture, but because I wanted to go over there for so long, I've looked up a lot of different things, and I've tried to... It's probably all gone now, honestly. But I do that. If I want to go visit somewhere, I will look up stuff like do's and don'ts, basically, of how to behave in this country. And yet, the only country I've been to is Canada. Which is basically, just make sure you say sorry after everything. That was easy to go to. Plus, where I went in, like, Ontario, which Ontario, Canada... Windsor specifically is where I went to. It's basically America, so it's basically the States. It's so much like just being in the States over there in that particular city. This year you can apply for your citizenship. That would be awesome. You get to be a dual citizen then. Speaking of karaoke, did you ever try out that software? I didn't. I was thinking about it this morning too. And then yesterday in the shower, and every time I take a shower, because I sing in the shower, and every time I'm like, oh, I gotta make sure I do that karaoke thing software that Fruit sent me so I can make this into a karaoke song, and then I forget. As soon as I leave the shower, it's gone. Korea's hard to live in if you're a foreigner. What makes it difficult? Is it like a trust thing, or just trying to adapt to the culture? Try getting Vinny to move there, but you don't think it would turn out well? What would be the setbacks? It's fine. You also butcher it, even though it's in your own language, but still singing crazy in the shower. You go full girly pop for Endlessly and Moonlight. I don't know if I've heard those ones. It's possible. It can be. It wasn't bad for you since you had a job before moving there. It's vastly different as visitors versus living there. It's very superficial, Naruhodo. When you first came to Japan, it had you all messed up with hi meaning hello here, but hi meaning yes. Oh, yeah, that would be really confusing. But hi meaning yes in Japan, and you're from Ohio. Ohio here is good morning. You got so many confused looks when you tell people you were from Ohio. And they thought you said you were from good morning. I do remember, I think it's Louie from Hollow Live, so that she's been to the States. So she's a Japanese VTuber, but she's been to the States and specifically went to Ohio because of that. Like, yeah, I could see that. I'd probably do the same thing. Depends on where you go in Japan. You were told you were too tall and beautiful to fit in Korean society. It's a curse. I believe that. I believe it. It depends on where you are. You're in... I'm not gonna try to pronounce it. I'm just gonna slaughter it. And it was really easy here. It was easy here. But the more rural areas took time to get the hang of. I could see that. Am I familiar with the artist? Is it Ado? I've heard and been told on a number of occasions how great they are and that I should listen to them. Have I? Maybe. I have a playlist of all the different Korean pop and I don't know why I said Korean pop, K-pop and J-pop songs I need to listen to. and they're in there. But if I've heard them, I you know, I'm usually listening to that playlist when I drive. So it, you know, who knows what I listen to, and like, I do try to catch it if I am like at a light. I'll try to catch the name of the song, but probably. I know they're a favorite here. So what you're hearing is you need to send daily reminders to try software. Yes. Send them in the afternoon, like evening. Like as you think it's dinner time, I'm gonna sit down and have myself a nice meal. Send me a message. That's the perfect time. Here, housing in Fukushima is hella cheap. Is it cheap, but like you get like a bathroom sized room? I've seen some travel stories. I don't know what the living situation is like in Japan, especially in the cities, because I've only seen stories of like really small, narrow apartments. It's much easier financially here than it was back home. Man, that's a struggle. That's a mood. You return? How's conversations going? Great! Also, welcome back. Chris is feeling for people thousands of miles apart from you. I mean, I care for a lot of people that I don't even know where they're from. But I don't need to. I know what I know about them, and I care about that. Have I seen Tokyo Ghoul? No. Covered the opening song, and it was cry-worthy? I'll have to listen to it. Get a hangrine for VR? No, you don't. You want to punch the obnoxious small children's in the head? Chillins. I said children's. Chillins. What did you play? Or didn't play? Does Dark Humor joke about the Fukushima Daiichi disaster? What happened there? Was that one of the earthquake places? You can live near it if you don't mind a bit of spicy particles. Is there like a chemical plant? Something happened at the chemical plant. Have you seen Bluebird? By... I'm not gonna pronounce it. At the First Take YouTube channel? I've never even heard of that. Want to hear about your experience? Feel free to ask. I do. I also need to use the little demon's room. I'm trying to catch up before I take a small break. Also still waiting for the next open mic night? Yeah, it's I think I'm gonna wait until after Dom leaves. Because I know Biggs has been spending a lot of time with him before he goes off to Japan for a couple months. Not that we're not gonna ever see Dom again. He's gonna be in a different time zone. And then I'll get with Biggs and we'll schedule another open mic night. Oh yeah, Kaiko, I forgot to tell you my social security. Red, how am I supposed to put you on the freaking life insurance policy if I don't have your social security number? I need that. If something happens to me, you don't gonna get any money. Nobody gets any money. It goes right to the government. How many times do I have to tell you that? This is important stuff. Oh, it had a nuclear reactor incident. Okay, so it was a chemical plant, sort of. It was a nuclear power plant. It got hit by the earthquake and tsunami. Was that the one that was like, I don't know, like 5-6 years ago? Like the really big one? I remember hearing about it. But there's also been recent earthquakes, but I think they were smaller, weren't they? Shooters? Oh, it was a joke. Are you just being a salty sailor? because of foul-mouthed little squeakers online. Well, I understand. I don't think I've ever heard of shooters. You have to give your socials to be mods. Were you the only one? No, everybody did. Everybody, they sent it in, and now they're also on the insurance policy. You saying Naruto? The Naruto opening, which is titled Bluebird. You recommend checking it out? I've heard a little bit of it, mostly because Baka sang it, but I'll check it out. Thanks, Red. Perfect. I'll put that. I'll get you on the insurance right away. You were there when that happened? Were you on a boat? You on the ship? I had a friend in the Navy that was discharged because I don't know if it was that one. I just remember there was either a tsunami or a big storm. Something happened, and she was thrown from, I don't know, she was very up high, and she was thrown from it and landed on the deck below, and really messed up her back and her memory. So she was medically discharged from the Navy because of stuff like that. It's dangerous out there in the waters. There's a bunch of amazing Japanese songs there. I'll have to check it out. I am going to take a quick, like 2-minute break. Wait, let me check my water. No, my water's fine. I just need to use a little demon's room. I had a lot of coffee before stream, and it has gone through me. And on top of the hydrate, which I took a really big one because I was very thirsty, I do have to go now. So I will be right back, and then we'll continue conversation for a little bit longer, and then we'll probably...
Hydration is important.
Don't make me hydrate right now. I'll hydrate when I get back. I promise. I'll even wait to switch over, and then you can see it happen. But give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, now I'll take that hydrate. I'm back. Pre-Havoc? No, actually nap time. You're growing up, Red. Getting old. At a point where I could party and have fun. No, you know what? I'll just take a nap instead. That works for me. Yeah, work at the base. And you had to get your jets out of Japan into Okinawa, so you could bring water and other supplies to the disaster area. Oh, so were you there when it happened, or just like the follow up? Either way, probably still really intense. So good. Since Kaiko isn't here, you're basically in charge, so you promote Fru to deputy mod. Fru will probably be mod someday. One day he'll wake up and suddenly there's a sword in his hand. Like, what? Another one? That's what happens to Crusader all the time too. Literally watching you grow up is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. It's nice though. Won't be the first time. Probably won't be the last time either. I know how these things work. A Crusader sent me a screen clipping the other day. Somebody who was like, by the way, you're a mod in my channel now. I didn't ask, I just promoted you. It's like, imagine doing that. Who would ever just promote somebody without asking? I fully did. To be fair, in the beginning, I did ask. Like, I asked Red if he wanted to be a mod. I asked Vinny if he wanted to be a mod. And Kujo and Epikitty. I asked politely. And then it got to the point where I was like, no, you're here, so you're gonna be mod. And then, to be fair, I think Suba and Brushy asked... I guess not asked, they volunteered. And then I just started assigning. You're mod now. You've been here, you're here a lot. Crusader's on like a friggin' 45 stream streak. I think you begged. I wouldn't say begged, but you did ask. Suba volunteered as well. So I had bots. He was like, hey, if you need help, I'm here. I can do it. Like, alright. Accepted. No funny business though. I don't think... Did I even ask Dom? I'm not sure if I asked Dom. I might have just assigned Dom. Hey, you're almost 18. You'll be 18 in May, right? I don't know, I asked right. Because I already know. What the flip? It's for real. That's crazy. And then this won't have to be a PG-16 stream anymore. I can move into adulthood. No, I kind of like limiting the swears for everybody because it becomes this like fun challenge on the Kaiko stream. Especially for people who are particularly potty mouths. You only get one. It's fun to see they're like stopping their tracks. They're like, oh. I mean... What the floop? I enjoy that very much. When it happened, you were on a flight line in a jet testing, in a jet testing the engines. Oh, you were flying when it happened. Then suddenly the jet started shaking. No, you were in a flight line. What's a flight line? Were you flying when it happened, or were you like getting ready to fly? Or did you feel it, like the turbulence of the blast? Or, would you call it a blast? When the wave hit? I feel like all of this trying to explain what I'm asking is making me sound ignorant. Your streaks didn't work? Because you have too many tabs open all the time? Understand, yeah. It's gonna happen. Because you're only allowed 3. But for your first DM being me asking you if you wanted to be a mod, very epic. Yeah, you were very nervous too. Like, was she DMing me? We had a moment of panic. No frongy business, exactly. We always at least lurking? I appreciate it. You try to at least lurk. There are, since Crusader pointed out that you can just leave people's streams open, there are some people where I just leave the stream open, even if I'm going to sleep. Plus, sometimes it's still, Bach is still streaming when I wake up, and it's like, oh cool, I can watch for a little bit. And I think it's probably gonna be like a half hour, an hour, and then it's like 3 hours later or 6 hours later. I'm like, Bach, why are you still streaming? Go to bed. So I at least do that. I tend to lurk in people's streams because they're usually on the TV and it's too hard to chat. But I'll also just leave people's streams open if I'm not actively watching. Like sometimes Foobs will be streaming and I've got other stuff to do, so I'll leave her stream open. Biggs rarely streams these days, so you know. Frong is your favorite replacement? I'm partial to I'm partial to Floop. Sometimes Floopity Floop if I'm feeling extra spicy. It's crazy how you did that because you were the only child, but you're probably one of the worst potty mouths. Yes, you are actively the worst cusser on stream to date. And what's really sad is that you were a child at the time, and I still gave you more responsibility than a lot of adults that came in. I've had some good ones over the years. I've also had some bad ones. Like, ugh, bad ones. And some, like, bad ones. And some... Boy, I'm glad he's gone and never coming back. Oh my god. There's quite a few of those. Those were the old YouTube days. I mean, I'm back there again now, but when I started over there. Not that I haven't gotten weird people on Twitch. They're here too. They just don't show up as much anymore. Oh, you're on the ground testing the engine that you just installed. Okay, I think I understand. I understand now. I'm on the same page. I gotcha. No wonder why I started shaking. I had not considered testing engines on the ground. Probably safer that way. Probably, like, significantly safer that way. I got it. You have to go now? There's a badminton session soon? Good luck at your session. Have a good workout. Don't get hit in the face. Oh wait, no, that's racquetball I'm thinking of. I mean, still don't get hit in the face. It just wouldn't hurt as much. Racquetball, man, I always got hit in the face whenever I played racquetball. I don't know the rules for badminton. I do recall trying to play once, but I was like, I don't know, was this like tennis? I also don't know how to play tennis. You're like, why is she DMing me? I don't know how to interact with people. I know it was... Then I sent you a friend request and you're like, do I accept this? I'm like, yes. Go-to word is blah. It is interesting to learn what everybody's go-to words are. Sometimes it's just stuttering or just a prolonged like moo. Speaking of DMs, how are we not Discord friends yet? You know, I tried to go through and made sure that everybody I had like a private message with, a private DM with. I don't know, I said private DM. That's redundant. That's like ATM machine. That I had the DM with to make sure that I was friends with everybody. Just send me a friend request. I had to close my DMs because reasons. But they're open to... Anybody can send me a friend request so I can control who messages me. I'm sure at some point it'll become a hassle again, and I'll open them back up, and it'll be fine for a couple months, and then the same thing will happen again, and I'll have to close them again. It's a vicious cycle of being female. Yay. You know, what are you gonna do? And that's why you couldn't send me the tofu sound bites? Yeah, that makes sense. Trust me, if I could just have them open all the time, I prefer that because it's easier. It's easier to, like, do, like, things like people want to contact me about, you know, signing a card for so-and-so's birthday or something like that. It's easier to do it that way, but I just have to be closed off for a little bit, and then I can open back up and do the cycle again. It's a fun little game that I play with people on the internet. Because you're cool and mentally older than most your age. Yes. It shows, like, you... I don't know, I don't want to embarrass you. There's a lot of, like... You can tell you've been shouldered with a lot of responsibility. It shows in your personality. And you're very empathetic, which also very much shows. So it was like... Immediately, even though you were still technically a child, I knew I could trust you more than some of the adults in the stream at the time. That says a lot about your character. Oddballs are everywhere? Yep. Some of them do make me laugh, and some of them really make me uncomfortable. And some of them are like, here's a red flag that I should be aware of right now and act on, because otherwise it could get out of hand. Why the child, make him watch the adults. I think that is also a W. Sometimes you deal with birthday for work. Every time you see someone born after 2000, you feel like it's illegal that they're entering the workforce, but then you realize as a 90s kid, you're just old now. I mean, what are you gonna do? That's the way time works, I guess. Allegedly. Oh, you jumped the engine? By getting thrown in the sky, yeah. You just test it by just going up right away. Like, is this fixed? I don't know, try to take off. Yep, seems like it's fixed. Then you have to be a friend to DM in Discord. So there's a couple options. You can have it set to... Anyone can DM you, or only friends can DM you. And then on top of that, you can change friend request to anyone can send me a friend's request, or only friends of friends can send me a friend request. I had it as friends of friends can send me a friend request, but anybody could DM me, because I was like, I can just ignore it. It's fine. But of course I didn't do that because I don't ignore things. If I missed a message, I missed a message, but when people are adamant, I typically respond to them. And if they're just saying hi or something like that, I didn't see any harm in that. But it's never just hi, is it? It's never just, I just want to say hello. Or I had a quick question to ask you that I didn't want to post and ask Kaiko. So I changed it to anybody can send me a friend request because that's easier to ignore. I just have to push a button. But nobody, only friends can DM me. Sometimes these are things you have to do. You were shocked because you didn't expect me to interact with you as much? Because most people online don't like to interact with minors, which is understandable. Yeah, it didn't really bother me. Like, there are some that really irk me. Because of their personalities, and you can tell that they're children, and that bothers me. Because I don't have any manners. Or streaming etiquette in general. That does bother me. But I'm not an unsocial streamer, so I don't have to worry about parents coming into my stream and be like, what the hell have you been teaching my child, you hussy? And no, instead, I've had families watch me because while I might use the occasional god damn it, or light cuss word, we'll call it, a light swear, for the most part, I'm pretty PG, I would say. So I don't have to worry about some of the stuff that other people who are 18 plus have to worry about. And then, like I said, like, yeah, I might get a 13-year-old that annoys the piss out of me, but they'll go away on their own. They're not gonna keep coming back. And then sometimes they do, and it's like, why are you here? Do you like getting called a Kardashian? Like, I know you hate this. Why are you still here? Just go away. Please, you think you sent it? I'll check. Let me look real quick. I've got a notification, so maybe. A friend requests. Pending. This is F. I think that's you. I'm in streamer mode, so it doesn't say your full name. It just says F. Try not to bother people. Then it turns into I don't talk to someone for several months until they engage first. Yeah, same. I will also have notifications, and if they accidentally get cleared, I will forget that I had one, and I won't respond to somebody. It's gotten me in trouble. I've lost a friend. I lost a friend over something like that. We were supposed to have like a... I don't like, for lack of a better term, a play date. Where we would do a Discord call, and then one of us would play a game, and the other would watch, and we just do silly commentary to each other, and hang out. And something came up, and she had to cancel the one weekend. And it was right around the time my stepmom was having some medical issues. And so I got overwhelmed with that, and I didn't respond to the next message, which was only one message. So as the week went on, I forgot completely about it. And then a month later, I was like, oh no. This person is not necessarily forgiving for this kind of stuff. And I was like, hey, sorry, I didn't message you back. I had a lot of stuff going on. Did you still want to hang out? And I got told they were emotionally hurt and some other stuff, but probably we could still be friends. And I got angry, and I was like, okay, I'm sorry. It turns out we could still be acquaintances. I didn't say anything bad. It was like, we could probably still be friends. I need some time. And I was like, okay. Take all the time you need. Message me when you're ready, because I'm not gonna play that game. Sorry. Also, I don't message people first. Because why? I'm almost never on my phone. Unless I'm playing Azure Lane, which is one of my favorite mobile games.
Oh, heart container.
Oh, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very, very, very much. Thank you. But for the most part, when people it's like people DM me on Discord, it hasn't lately. It hadn't been bad. You know, I get a message from here or there, like somebody thanking me from maybe they're going through some stuff and just wanted to send a thank you note, and I appreciate that. That's fine. Or they just wanted to pop in and send me a link to something or a sound clip. Perfectly acceptable. But then occasionally you'll get somebody who just takes things a little bit too far, and it leans into red flags all over the place. And then I have to close my DMs, and it's unfortunate, but it does happen. Luckily, it wasn't anything like overly aggressive or bad or really inappropriate. It just warning flags were going up, and I wanted to nip it in the bud before it went too far, and then I was in another situation as I was when I first started streaming. Red DM'd you with plans to the Pentagon, and you're like, "P2F, I do with these." I think you're planning something is what you have to do, so make sure you're ready to go, because it's probably like tomorrow, something like that. If Red's anything like me, I'm not really good at planning. It's a secret. So thanks. That means a lot that you're glad that I was able to put my trust in you. Of course. It was easy. It was easy. Most people's first impressions of you are they think you're crazy and an average Call of Duty player with no filter. Not because you're loud or something when you talk. I think my first impression was probably initially the same kind of first impression I got from Yelly of, what? Okay. Alright, I don't know what that meant, but I'm happy for it. I think one of the first things was about a potato chip, finding the perfect potato chip, and I was like, what? You know what, go for it. If that's your life goal, you got it. I'm here for it. I mean, but Vinny came in and was talking about asparagus pea the first time he interacted with me too, so I mean, it was... I guess that's what it takes. As far as loud, I just turn your volume down a little bit so you're on level with everybody else. And I don't think you swore very much back then because you were part of the reason why I stopped cursing on stream. Not because you were a child, but because you called me out on it once and I got embarrassed. And then I couldn't swear in front of your cat. It was too inappropriate. Let Snowy Mexican know your DMs are open. Hussy, such a great word. It is, like, it's one of those old people words that I absolutely love. Just to call somebody a hussy. It's a fun word. You hussy. I don't even know what that means. You have to Google it. Let's see how PG can all keep it when you hit the next few missions in Monster Hunter. There are some difficult spikes for you in the future. I can imagine. It's rare that difficult games will make me swear, but occasionally I'm frustrated with something and I have to say it. When I'm not streaming, yes, I absolutely say it. It's just like Tofu, if you know my dear friend, the British Blue Bunny Tofu, you wouldn't think it because she almost never swears on stream. It's very rare. But IRL, she swears a lot. It's just something that happens. And I didn't worry about it before. I didn't even concern myself with it, but Red called me out the one time and I got embarrassed and I stopped swearing. I wouldn't swear for a long time. And then I made up everybody gets one rule. And after that, it's been... I might even let two slip sometimes. You know, for memes. When it calls for a funny situation. Or I'm really angry. Speaking of friend requests, DMs, remember when you were using Discord for virtual classes stuff during COVID? And you have a few students friend requests? It felt weird. I never considered that. I used to email one of my professors a lot because she was a historian and visited a lot of different places, and I wanted to know more than what I learned in the class. But I wasn't. Soup Sandwich! Oh my god, I love that name. I use that all the time. Yeah, I'm behind on comments. Let me catch up. Sorry, I saw it pop up in a different window. A student sent your friend request. It felt weird. Yeah, I as a student, I don't think I would have considered that as maybe it's weird for the teacher. People on Discord, when you're busy, sometimes people will forget that I don't respond to things. Like, you can tell that when they're new dealing with ADHD. It's like, I sent you a message yesterday. Did you not get it? I probably did. Did I notice it? Probably. Did I respond to it in my head? Yes. Did I actually send a message? Nope. And then you can see the veterans of dealing with ADHD, where they send a message, and then a follow-up message, and then the next day a message to remind me that I didn't respond to them. That's how it goes. Sometimes you DM me randomly in the middle of the night with it, and I'll block you for a couple days and cry. That's not true. But it would be funny though. Funny thing is, you don't even eat asparagus. it just be smelling like... It just be smelling that way? It do be stinky. You can tell when somebody used the bathroom before you and they've had asparagus. And it's always the people who can't smell it. And they're like, what smell? Asparagus smell. And you're like, what? What do you mean asparagus pee? What the hell is that? Then you have to explain it to them. You're just being friendly, texting to a friend of a friend? But she told you sounded like a creeper? So now you don't text people privately anymore? To be fair, sometimes our flags might go up before they should. Especially if you just had to deal with anything. If you've had to go through anything and then like somebody else DMs you, you're already on alert. You're like, for a sus thing, I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna block you so hard. You're never gonna see the light of day. It could be like that, but also other people just have certain limits that maybe... I just typically assume that everybody wants to be my friend until I see a flag. Once a flag goes up, it's like, I need to stop this somehow. You like being over dramatic? Sometimes same. Doesn't happen a lot though. But I do enjoy it. Meanwhile, that is your first interaction with me. Hi Kaiko. I'm here from the Foob's raid. You enjoy massive clip spam. I do remember that. Because I was thinking like, yeah, okay. Yeah, clips. I know how clips go. I get one like every few streams. I'm not that clippable. I assumed. It turns out I can be, and also I have people who are very clippable. Mana, welcome back. How are you today? And Soup Sandwich, hello. I mean, cute and plan the destruction of the world at the same time. It's a gift. It's a gift. I was born this way. What are you gonna do? You think you've broken the everyone gets one rule? Yeah. But that's also I have the extra swears redeem. Which Vasuri was so kind enough to redeem for you, and then you promptly wasted. I've got an eye on me? Yeah, literally I do. His name is Mr. Peeper. Isn't he cute? He's my friend. Or the 1 AM DM of, hey, I need help with this. DMing streamers and VTubers is always interesting, isn't it? I find that. We're also very different too in responses. Some are really prompt, which blows my mind. It's like, what were you doing? Were you already on your phone? Like, no, I got the notification and I checked it like a normal person. Who does this? Nobody does this. We get a notification and check it right away? No, you save that for later. And then later never happens because you forgot about it. Neurotypical people anger and impress me at the same time. I wish I didn't have to think about what I need to do. I just go into autopilot mode. That would be amazing. But the only time I seem to go into autopilot is when I start daydreaming in the car and I forget that I'm driving and somehow safely end up where I'm supposed to be going. And then it's scary when I get there because I have no memory of it. But there's no autopilot to get ready for bed or to wake up in the morning. I mean, there are times where I've washed my hair probably multiple times because I couldn't remember if I did or not. Waste a lot of shampoo that way. I have to literally think about everything. And neurotypical people don't have to think about anything. They just do it. Like imagine being able to just actually get ready to go to work in the morning at a reasonable time and not needing 2 extra hours because at least 45 minutes will be spent doom scrolling because you're procrastinating getting ready to go to work. penis was a country, I would be the capital? I'm that dang cute, huh? A hussy sandwich, the ultimate put down. Oh no. I kind of want to open up a sandwich shop that has names for things like that. That are like it. Doesn't make any sense, but it's funny nonetheless. Like a hussy sandwich. Yeah, I'd like to get a hussy, please, with cheese. You got it. You're good? I'm glad to hear it, but it's cold. I had to turn the heat up a little bit today. It was so cold. Like, I usually keep it at 68 because heating is expensive. But I wear layers. But it was so cold today. Just sitting... I had 2 blankets on. Now, granted, they weren't over my arms. I just had a hoodie on as an extra layer. But it was, like, still piercingly cold. So I had to turn the heat up a little bit. I just have to remember to turn it down for bed. Otherwise, I will be awake all night. If you remember right, the first game was some sort of investigation game. Oh yeah. I was playing Judgment. I was playing Judgment. Yeah, I do think the first clip was me taking my... I look like I'm taking my nephew to school. It was an adult. I do think that was the first clip. And I doubt you're a hussy. You're not a hussy, you know. But hussy is a fun word. You gotta admit that was funny. DM, I'm joining a VC with y'all. It's so scary. Guys are just... We're just profile pictures to you. And kind of intimidating. You wouldn't be able to tell, but maybe it's because when you're intimidated, you talk a lot. It's a good cover. When I'm intimidated, you usually get... Hi. That kind of thing. Or if you watch my very first stream, it was a lot of... Hi! Hello! I have arrived here. We're gonna play a game today. I didn't even introduce myself. I'm playing a game today. Wait, you telling us car autopilot isn't normal? Nope. Like, neurotypical people know what they're doing when they're driving. You're fairly neurotypical, but you still have to think about everything getting ready in the morning. Yeah, like, I have to plot it, and then it takes forever. It's like, I enjoy having freshly brushed teeth, but for some reason, it's like herding cats to get me to go brush my teeth before I have to go to bed. So it's like, I can't do anything else while I'm doing it, so there's no multitasking because I'm not... I guess I can't scroll very well with my left hand, and I have to use my right hand to brush my teeth. And so I can't do anything else but brush my teeth for 2 solid minutes. And with time blindness, that takes like an hour. It's like an hour of brushing your teeth. You know? Autopilot made you burn your hand from a steamer today? Oh, I hope not too bad. You weren't thinking at all, and reached in to mix up the food, and bam, burned by steam. Yeah, things like that happen to me all the time. Luckily, nothing recently like that. I hope your hand's okay though. But I did almost throw away an entire stick of deodorant because I started to... I don't know what I was even thinking about at the time. But I was putting on deodorant after I got out of the shower, and I immediately headed over to the trash to throw it away. And I was like, nope. Nope. No. No. This is still full. This goes back in the drawer. Why was I gonna throw this away? I have no idea what I got lost in thinking about, but I started to doze off internally and almost threw away. And deodorant is expensive. It's like $5. Unless you get the gel kind, and I don't like the gel kind. Need to focus on driving, otherwise if you're not, you will 100% autopilot in the wrong direction. I always end up in the right direction, but it's a mystery. Like, I have no memory of going there because I've been thinking internally. But I guess muscle memory, I went to the correct location. It's just scary because, like, what if a child ran out in front of me? Would I notice and stop in time? What if that did happen and I have no idea because I don't have a memory of how I got home? Scary stuff. It doesn't happen, since being on medication, it doesn't happen as nearly as often as it used to, which is good, but occasionally it still does happen. Remember getting destroyed in Overwatch 2? And you allowed it an F word? Boo, Biggs and me were so quiet. You just said sorry and you felt bad. Probably because I was focusing. Sometimes people swear and I don't even hear it. Usually someone in chat calls them out. I'm like, did that happen? What? I was focusing elsewhere. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna work today. I'm going to the store. There's a few exits away. Do not merge off. But if someone in the car is talking to you, your mind drifts, you'll 100% take the exit and go to the right. I see that happened to me. I did finish reading that sentence, but I got so excited. I was like, this is relatable. I've been late to so many like family events and holidays because I have anxiety about making sure that I'm on time, which I'm always late for anyway because I don't understand how time works, and I get distracted by the simplest thing that I know is a distraction, but it doesn't stop me in the moment from doing it. I'm like, I just take like 2 minutes, and then a half hour later, I'm like, F, I need to hurry up. And then I'm in a rush, and I'm trying to plot how to get there and explain why I'm late again, that I have made myself more late because I went on autopilot and started heading in the opposite direction on the expressway to go to my nerd meeting. And I need to go in the complete opposite direction to go to my parents. Ooh. All right, there's an extra 10 minutes because I have to take the exit now and turn all the way back around. Damn it. Almost every time I'll do that. I talk a lot regardless. See, outside of streaming, well, with friends, I will talk a lot. But it doesn't feel like as much because I'm doing a lot of listening too. So, like, if we were having a normal conversation, I wouldn't be talking as much because you would say your own comment and I wouldn't say it out loud, right? So I would still be talking as much. I would still be talking a lot, but not as much. And so it's kind of the same with friends IRL. Around new people though, I'm very quiet. I sit and wait like a snake. I wait. I get to know their personality a little bit. And then I swoop in with a lasting joke and they'll remember me forever. Because then from on they're like, oh, I didn't know you were funny, Kaiko. That's not all I am. I'm also cute. You probably didn't notice. Like, oh no, we noticed. You like anime, huh? Yep. Can we go back to the joke part? No, I'm very quiet when I meet new people. Unless they're extroverts to the extreme. And what I mean by that is, as an introvert, extroverts can typically be exhausting, but there sometimes, once in a while, you will meet an extrovert that is just insistent that you will not be an introvert in front of them. No, you will talk. Because they will pester you with tons of questions. It's good because then it helps balance out my quietness with their extrovertedness. But mostly, when I meet new people, I like have a list of questions to engage them in conversation, especially at work, because you have to be. How dare you be, you know, not neurotypical, neurodivergent, and introvert? You can't be neurodivergent and an introvert in a work setting. It's impossible. So instead, why don't you go ahead and make a list of things that you can use to adapt to our ways so that you can be normal? Yep. Bitter? No. Yes, just a little bit. So I have a list of things that I typically will like rehearse beforehand so that I know what to talk to them about. Because ultimately, when you meet new people, they all like to talk about themselves. Usually. Like, so you ask questions about them, and then they'll talk, and you just have to listen. It's sneaky. But then occasionally you'll get people who are like, yep, nope, 4 years, nope, yep, university, yeah, no, I'm good. Like, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go. Do you feel like you're so out of place in VC sometimes? Nah. I don't think so. I think you have more energy than a lot of us. That's because we're all old adults. Imagine being an adult. It's gonna happen to you soon though, Red, so, you know, eat it up. Like, once you hit 21... I swear. I just want a nap. College, I think university does that to you though. Especially if you don't go out and do the party scenes like me. University just made me tired. Here she is less being intimidated, more you become super focused and involved in this game. And nothing exists outside this window. You do not hear voices in the VC anymore. That does happen to me sometimes, and that's why I end up missing like F-bombs and stuff like that, or sometimes somebody will say something funny and I've vaguely heard that the group thinks this is funny, so they laughed, but I'm so focused on doing something, that's the only bit that registers, like, that was funny, I guess. What did they even say? I have no idea, but people laughed. Okay. You gonna say something about it? No, I think the moment's passed. It's gone now. If I say anything, I'm just gonna look stupid. That's usually what happens. Is it what about my teeth now? You were getting nervous because you're not trying to say anything weird. You should say when you get when you hang out with Chair or Boomy, you say dumb stuff, like give you all headaches. I mean, I can't speak for the others, I guess, but for me, it's fine. But part of it is maybe I've even on VC, I've been around you enough to know it's just who you are. So no point in getting mad about it. Your hand's fine? You've been cooking for a while? Burns like this are normal? You know, I was gonna say be careful, but let's be real. You can try to be as careful as you want to, but accidents are still gonna happen. You're still gonna walk in the walls with your shoulder. Spatial awareness doesn't exist most of the time. You also need to plan, focus, actively think about getting ready. At plenty of times you've gotten dressed and went to leave, or been in the car, you've been in the cat, or been in the car and go, dang it, I forgot to brush my teeth, put on deodorant, change my clothes. I always have to keep spare deodorant everywhere. Because it will absolutely be one of the things that I've forgotten to do. Because I have to do a mental checklist every time I have to go through this stuff. And I will miss one thing. Especially if something in the morning happens that deviates one tiny thing, like if I have to remember, oh, today you have to bring in friggin' cookies because they're doing some kind of get together, let's be friends and hang out even though we're coworkers and don't really like each other, a thing in the cafeteria today. Remember to grab the cookies. If I remember to grab those cookies, then something else is going to be forgotten. I forgot my lunch, or I didn't put on deodorant, or did I brush my teeth? Probably not. I left my coffee on the counter. F. Guarantee it. It's worse when I forget something that I definitely need. Like, hey, you forgot your phone. Did you grab your wallet and your purse? Nope. F. So many times. When you first came back from Japan, you're driving your sister and niece to the doctor's appointment, you made a left turn onto an empty street, and then you saw headlights and you're like, this fool driving on the wrong side of the road. Then you notice you were the fool. This would be a lesson. Don't drive right away after driving. Oh, don't drive on the right side after... No. Don't drive right away after driving 8 years in a different country. Because in Japan, they drive on the left side. Because we drive on the right side. Yeah. I know my difference between left and right. I'm not that dyslexic. I do have to think about it, though. It's not just natural. Every time it make you scared to grow up, you don't want to be dust. I mean, there's benefits to growing up. You can, you can have ice cream for breakfast if you want. That was like one of the first things I did when I moved out on my own. Yes, I can have ice cream for breakfast because I'm an adult and there's nobody here to stop me. Was it a mistake? Nope. Highly recommend. There's been times on Community where someone was trying to talk. Oh, Community Day where somebody was trying to talk to you, but you're so hyper focused on your task, usually organization, and someone else had to go through. Hey, Fru. They're talking to you. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. If I'm focusing on something, the worst part is if I'm focusing and it needs to be done and somebody tries to talk to me and they break that focus, whatever I was doing is gone. It's gone forever. It will not get done. Unfortunate. There's so many benefits to being neurodivergent and there's so many drawbacks. Not that I can change it. It's just the way it is. I also used to keep deodorant in your car until it melted in the sun. Same. I learned that lesson the hard way. Now I keep it in my bag. Kind of like that. You have to watch your language. Being a retired sailor. You was literally saying swears like a sailor. You were literally saying swears like a sailor. It's fun. It's fun for me. Sometimes people go overboard. Like, oh, I can't say damn. I'm not a church. Like, you can say that here. It's just limited, don't go overboard. Because then they stumble over things or they're like, I like to hear the different words that they make up. It's fun to me. Think I would be the girl at work that everyone secretly likes, but they're just too intimidated to talk to? Yes. Yep. I have been told that before. All 5'3" of me. Adult men have been like, talked to friends of mine at work, like, how is, like, what is she like? Because honestly, she's so intimidating. Like, what? But a lot of it, I think I figured it out. One, I'm very no nonsense. When it comes to work ethic, you're here to do a job, and I expect you to do that job first. If you want to be friends after, that's fine. But first, we have a job to do. Two, if I'm lost in thought, my face is often... And I could see how that might be a little bit intimidating. Am I going to change that? Nope. Because I'm thinking. And if I'm thinking, I probably don't want you to approach me anyway. So if I look mad, and that keeps you away from me, then I'm here for it. But intimidating it never made any sense to me. It's like, you're like 6'4". Why are you afraid of me? I bet you could literally throw me out the window. And I'm intimidating. Okay. All I did was ask you to sweep the damn floor. You do keep gum in your car as well as in your bag. I did keep gum, and for a while, especially when I was going to the gym in the morning, before I started working out at home, I would keep a toothbrush in my backpack. So I would take a backpack with me to work instead of just my handbag, my purse, because it was easier to carry everything. I would keep a toothbrush in there. Oh, because I knew I would use it. I would need it. So sure enough. Small group discords are for all unhinged stuff, absolutely deranged content with small groups of 4 friends and voice. I'll have major self-censor on a few times. Iris decides to go live with you in the voice at the same time. Does Iris have you... Does Iris have you censor it all? Like, or is that just like a natural thing? I'm curious, because for me, I didn't even think about censoring it all for a long time. And then I got embarrassed. And then it would have been fine because it was let go and it wasn't anything to be like embarrassed about swearing. Everybody swears. Freaking adult. But then after a point, it was like I naturally censored myself.
Hi, honey.
Without thought. Like it just happened. Thank you for the head pats. I appreciate it. You have a little man purse. You carry that has deodorant, chapstick, COVID mask, gum, toothpicks. Oh, that's a good one. Those little pick flosses. Those ones are actually really good. And a green reverse Uno card. I approve of this. Cereal for breakfast, lunch and dinner? Yes, I am an adult. Yep. You 100% have resting bitch face. It scares people away at times because you're lost in thought. I never really thought about it. And then this one day, I was thinking intently about something. It was definitely work related because I was trying to figure out how to like increase productivity basically for my group. And I remember I was staring at like it's just an object, like it's something, a paper. I don't know exactly what it was because it didn't matter what it was. There was something on the floor. And I remember I was looking at it and I had exactly this face, like... And I saw somebody stop by the paper, like I saw their feet and they weren't moving, and I kind of like slowly looked up and they were looking at me like, What? What's your problem? And I was like, I'm sorry, what? What's happened? Like, why are you glaring at me? I wasn't... What? And then I had to explain what was going on because they legit thought I was just mean mugging them. Across the freaking room. What? What's the problem? What happened? Why are you glaring at me like that? What did I do? Did you have something to say? No? I was looking at the paper on the floor. You know, that's what they say, kids. Keep a tooth me? The heck is a tooth me? Is that one of those things again? Did I just walk into a trap? I need to stop saying these things out loud. kept your breath smelling charcoaly ashen up for 12 hours? That sounds probably not like a good smell. Oh, I have to remember to not use her real name. That's fair. I don't have to deal with that. Plus, I feel like my IRL friends, since most of them I play D&D with, that they call me... they call me by whatever name I'm using in D&D anyway. So at most, they would just call me Kuroko. So... it's similar enough. And I would answer because I would. Man, it's so hard to keep up with freaking scrolling in this window. It doesn't scroll correctly. So it can scroll like way, way up to the top suddenly. It's like, where's the conversation I was just having? Meanwhile, your friend group has devolved into using your online names in person. Honestly, that's what would happen too. I think if they joined. Or like I said, they would just call me Kuroko. As for the resting face, you remember in college, you lived in a kind of dangerous neighborhood? And one night, like 3 or 4 a.m., we took a walk into the convenience store, and the convenience store had it's been routinely robbed. Even walked by a random roving gangs. That sounds terrible. Not even a care in the world. The privileges of being a man. Seriously though, you can't walk around at night if you're a female. It's dangerous. And then one evening, you cross the street. No. And then one evening, across the street from you. Am I reading this in order? You can just imagine their thoughts. Lanky, pale, white guy walking in this neighborhood at this hour with the dead eyes and a 1,000-yard stare is either a setup or someone's looking for their new victim. Oh! I just get asked why I'm so angry. And I should smile. What are you gonna do? Girl at work that you never approach? The girl at work that you never approach comment is you, but male variant. Your face naturally rests as mean, even worse when you focus. I think my natural face is just I'm not smiling, and that already is like, oh, she's unapproachable. You should smile. If you smiled, you'd be more welcoming. Yeah, if you had a foot up your ass, you'd be more welcoming too. It's so patronizing to be told you should smile. Oh, god damn it. My thing is because I've worked with some like old guys, and it's just they're so set in their sexist ways. You're not here to do a job. You're here because of the workforce needs a woman on it. And you're eye candy. The hell I am. Creepy ass old people. I think my natural face is just this. Literally a straight line. Like, I don't frown, I don't smile. But if I'm thinking, boy, I look like I'm about to throw down. Oh, toothbrush. I get it. Because you're brushy. I understand. A resting Kaiko face. It is a resting Kaiko face. It was easy, and I still didn't get it right away. It's the same. One time you were deep in thought, trying to solve an issue with a jet, and your coworkers would leave you alone. It'd be so bad. They would just stare at you. Read your face expression when you were really close to solving the issue. Reading your face expression. I wonder if anybody does that to me. Probably, I'm pretty expressive when I'm thinking. If I'm in a conversation with you, I've learned because of VTubing to do like whoa and like wow and big expressions. But I remember for a long time, I think people had told me some shocking stuff about their life, and in that moment of panic, it's just like this grand event happened and my life has changed forever. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Inside it's like red flags, red flags, red flags, run away, Kaiko run, Kaiko run. But just I'm really sorry to hear that. That's terrible. The number of times this happened to me, it's just more than I can count even. People overshare a lot when you don't talk a lot. They even tackle the supervisor to keep him from talking to you? Is it because if they break your thought process, it'll be gone forever and you won't be able to fix the damn thing? I could see that happening. You the D&D names thing? Because as a forever DM for the last 2 years, you always call out character names for initiative order. Yeah, I mean, if you're in a group, right? Like a really good group of D&D players, you almost always are just in character when you're together. And it's easy to be, because if you like role-playing, then it's a lot of fun. Plus, of course, I want to be a smart little scientist, artificer. Sounds like fun. Not dozing off in your chair? Okay. Have a good night, CBB. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you get some sleep. And stay warm. ETA. The one class at the end of the night even said, "Man, you look mad tonight. What's up?" Your mind was blank. This is default. If my mind's blank, do you guys ever just stare off into nothing? Usually it happens to me if I'm trying to multitask but my brain's not ready for it. Like if I'm thinking about something, like say I'm thinking about what I want to do for stream tonight, and then another thought pops into my head about something maybe that happened on the stream before, but now I'm trying to think 2 thoughts at once and play, say, Azure Lane on my phone. Eventually it'll just go, and I'll just stare for like 2 minutes, not doing anything. And eventually the thought will pop in and be like, "Kaiko, you're staring. You need to blink and keep moving." I was like, I can't. I'm broken right now. Okay, I'm back. I've done that in front of people too. They'll start talking to me and I'll just be staring. I'm like, "You need to give me a minute." Okay, I've reset. What's happening? Need more Niali hijinks. I want to do this programming thing. I want to make it a redeem somehow. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to. Your rest face is a deep frown. The corners of your lips are angled down and your eyebrows are usually furrowed, and your eyes are usually pretty dead. Not helped by their almost blackened irises. Oh, you're really lost in thought. Like, I can see that. Gotta go because your phone's gonna die? Okay, have a good rest of your night, Red. Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. Goei-chan! Welcome back, how are you today? Resting mini face. Yeah, it's either that one or the... Can I do that here? Hang on, I get this. There you go. Can make it even better. You 100% just stare off at times. It's so inconvenient and my eyes will start hurting and I know I need to blink but I just can't do it. I need to reset. mean, like that, it is exactly like that. Just sometimes even slack-jawed, like unmoving. You zone out all the time and you're just staring off. Like, are you okay? What's wrong? Are you usually what you hear that pulls you out of it? Usually somebody just starts talking to me. They think that's gonna work, and I have to stop them because I cannot take in the information that they're trying to give me or ask me for anything. And it's like, you need to just, I need a minute. Okay, what's up? No one's ever pointed out anything about that. They just accept it, like... Yeah, so, about the 10 o'clock meeting. Also done that while talking to students. I feel like I absolutely would. I don't know how it happens. It's just like, it's always two thoughts that they collide at the same time, and my brain's like, I broke? Did you broke? And then so I just stare. Students ask you a question and you're listening to them ask their question and just start thinking of their answer, but then your brain bounces back and forth between focus on their question and focus on their answer. And you just kind of stare for a moment and then go, say that again. Yep. That's why I always, like, if I can get it out to where I can, like, verbalize, like, I need a minute, I'll try to do that, or like hold up a finger, like, 1 minute, kind of like that, the universal I need a minute 1 moment please sign. But then they start re-asking and interrupt with the answer to one of their questions. ADHD people, neurodivergent people, I think in general, are probably really bad with it. Where you'll ask them a question, right? And it goes both ways. You'll ask them a question, and they'll say, what? And then you start to repeat yourself, and they'll answer you. And then vice versa. You'll ask them, what? And they'll start to repeat it, and you'll interrupt them. Did you check the weather today? What? Did you? Yes. Why'd you ask me what then? You do that too? All the time. The best part with asking somebody that is when you're like, what? And they won't repeat the thing that you didn't hear or you didn't comprehend, because I have that problem too, where I legitimately didn't understand what they were saying to me. And like, say for instance, it's like, I went down to the store and I tried to pick up some ice cream, but they didn't have the kind that I wanted, so I had to get this default flavor. It's just chocolate, but I would have really rather had vanilla. And then I'll miss something in the sentence and like, what? I'm like, it's chocolate. What's chocolate? What was the sentence in the first place? What was the whole first half of the sentence? I don't know what you're talking about, please. And then I went to the store. Oh, you got chocolate ice cream. Okay, I got it. Yep. And then everybody involved is frustrated. Are you neurodivergent? Probably. It sounds like... As not a medical professional, I can't officially diagnose you. But if you suffer from these things, you very likely are neurodivergent in some manner. Hearing and listening are entirely different beasts. You're not wrong. I hear often. I listen sometimes. And it's because even though it happened a lot in school, I would be so focused, like, I need to listen to what the professor is saying because I need to write this down and make a note of it. And he's gonna talk fast enough that if I don't write quickly, I won't get the whole thing down. So I'll be focused on it, and in my head, you're like, focus, focus, Kaiko, focus. What did he just say? I don't know, you were talking to me, brain. I've missed the whole first part of this sentence now. Or I'll go to take notes and I'll remember part of what he said, but then as he continues explaining, I've forgotten everything, and now I have a notebook full of half notes. That's not made up. I do have notebooks from university still that I need for like reference stuff, and a lot of them are just half notes. Damn it. Yeah. Also, Ammon, good morning. How are you today? You don't say what? You say, sorry, I completely blanked out for a second. What were you talking about? Yeah, I mean, if I had the foresight to remember to say that, but it's usually... What? That's what I muster because it's the natural thing. What? Oh, I actually had the answer prepped for you. I just needed an extra moment. You're at work? We're just wondering, would you like to come to Milan to ride on your mega yacht sometime? Wow, that's the second offer I got tonight. This is insanity. Timofru, you killed Ammon. You're Osaka from Azumanga Dayo? Yep. Oh. Is that what they do? They think about doing the thing that they have to do, that they don't hear the thing that they're trying to do? Listen, I don't need these personal attacks. It's a struggle. It's a real struggle. I'll pull out my notes and I'll read some of my half notes to you guys. Happens a lot. That's why also, like, oh, people at work, they don't understand. They want to stop by and give you verbal instructions on things. No. Do not give a neurodivergent person, specifically ADHD, verbal instructions. Send it in an email or write it down and print it off. Don't tell me what to do in 15 steps because I will remember none of it. Maybe I'll remember there was something about, I don't know. Something had to be turned off. What was it? I don't remember. So either half of it will get done or none of it will get done because I won't remember what the verbal instructions were in the first place. It's crazy to me that people remember how to do that stuff. I mean, I guess there's other like neurodivergents that have a really good memory, a really good working memory. ADHD do not. We don't have a really good working memory at all. It's like we can remember 3 things, and if you give us 4 things, one of the 3 things is gonna be gone. Yep. Mega Yaz, what Ammon calls it. Never mind. Use it as an excuse, just in case your significant other gets mad at you for not listening. Yes. Yeah. I was trying to listen, but it's just the way my brain is. I can't control it. The bad thing, Chili, is most people won't understand, so you're gonna be SOL anyway. Because I got that a lot with, like, especially my last job. Oh, my boss was just, he is just an absolute toxic boss, like terrible. I even tried to explain to him, like, as a worker in the US, I do not have to disclose to a supervisor that I am neurodivergent. I don't have to talk to him about that. But I thought to help better understand what I need as an employee, it would be beneficial for him to understand why I need this and I'm not like everybody else. Because he very much tried to put me in the same box as everybody else. I'm like, nope, that's not gonna work for me. And here's why. So I disclosed this information willingly to try to help him understand why I can't do the things he's asking me to do. And he needs to just help me do the things that I'm asking I need help with. Like prioritizing. I should just naturally know what needs to come first. No, I can't. I cannot do that. Prioritizing does not work for me. I can't tell you the number of times prioritizing has failed because I won't do the things that need to be done right now until they need to be done right now. The 15-page paper or draw this thing up that'll take me 10 minutes to do for art class and spend 15 days on it and then have to do that paper at the very last second. Yeah, that's what will happen. ADHD people work better under crisis moments, so we often procrastinate until it's incredibly important that we do it right now, otherwise it won't get done. If you give us no time limit, it's never going to get done. If you give us a big time limit, we're still going to wait until the very end. It's just how we work. I tried to explain all this stuff, like I need help prioritizing. You love bossing people around. This should be easy for you. You send me a list weekly, or I'll send you an email for you to approve. These are the things I'm working on. Yes? Is that good? No. Refuse. Why will you refuse to work with me on this? I'm trying to be a better employee, god damn it. Nope. Okay. There unfortunately are some people like that. My previous boss, though, the one that hired me into that role, was obviously very understanding, like incredibly so. Like right away, I didn't have to tell him that I was neurodivergent. He just picked up on it. He's like, "You're definitely a creative type," and I get that. So if you need like more time in the morning, if you instead of coming in at like 7:30 like everybody else, if you want to come in like at 10, that's perfectly fine. If you need to work from home some days to reset and recharge, you got it. I don't expect you to be standing up on the middle of the table giving a speech or anything. You just do you, and let me know if you need any help. Wonderful boss. Left in 3 months. Shockingly, that's the second time that's happened to me. Exact same setup, different companies. Not making it a thing. I think it's already a thing, Eamon. Spoke it into existence. You're sending me a clip, which is what you just explained? Is it a clip of me? When you do the what? Stare off? You've been able to train yourself to work your auto response to brain dead. Say that again. I need to be able to do something like that. My auto response is the what? It's usually I'm sorry what? I at least apologize. Sorry what? Osaka is your spirit animal? Right down to the daydreams? I've never even heard of this. You 100% need written? Verbal completely breaks you, yeah. We're very bad with verbal commands. We won't remember it. We don't have a good working memory. Even the simplest task breaks brain? Yep. Put that box on there. Wait, what's a box? How do arms work? What's gravity? And then I'm really, really bad at asking follow-up questions in the moment, which has also gotten me into trouble before. Not because I didn't ask the follow-up questions later to clarify. I still did that, but I got in trouble for not participating in the meeting. Like, I don't have any questions at the moment. I'm still trying to absorb and remember what the hell even happened during the meeting. I need to wait for the notes so that I can remember. Like, oh yes, right. Well, now I need to send an email or make a phone call to ask a follow-up question for this one thing or that thing. Nope. You didn't ask this during the meeting? What kind of employee are you? I'm sorry? What? Do you even care to be here? Yes? I do like working here. This is a real conversation. It's a real conversation I had with somebody before. Because it seems like you don't even care to be here. I have to process all the information that I was just given before I can formulate a question? Why can't you be like your coworker? She always asks questions. Because we're not the same person, god damn it! I didn't say that part. Instead I did. Why am I like this? That's usually how it goes. And then I learned more about myself. I still can't control it, but now I know why. Gotta go back to work. But have fun and prepare for tofu. If she's not already shown up, she'll be here soon, yeah. And then I'll just engage her in conversation, and she'll fall into the trap of continuing to talk to me and making me stay awake even longer. As a part of management, you're supposed to put your workers in the best spot to succeed. Yes, you are. But there are toxic bosses. Thank you for the head pets. There are toxic bosses. They do exist where they want... And this is exactly how my... Like, to a T, how my last boss was. They want everybody to be able to function the same way all the time. And I get what they're going for, but they don't realize what they're losing out in the process. If you have somebody who thinks, if you have a team of people who think and act the same way, you never have new ideas, do you? They're just the same recycled ideas because you don't have that diversity in your group.
Hydration is important.
You know, say think outside the box. As long as that box is with this other box that we defined, because if you're outside of that box, it's going to be too weird and crazy. And then we'll do it 10 years down the road and not give you any of the credit, though. I've heard stories. One of the companies I worked for, there was quite a few neurodivergent people. But they're like just heavily deep into masking because that's the only way to sometimes survive in certain industries. Also, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. You struggled on classes with that mentality? This class has no set schedule or lab time to show up whenever you want. There's no due date for the assignments. Just get them in by the end of the semester. Oh no, I couldn't do that. I did have one class. I survived only because I did well in the lab. But there was a class, it was a metals class. Metallurgical sciences? So, something about material science. Material science, that's what it is. It's a much simpler word than I was thinking of. I had a material science class, and the professor she was from Germany. A very nice lady, but obviously had different ideas of how students should be taught. So she never assigned any work. She never assigned reading. She didn't do any of that. She didn't even want to do exams, but she had to. Because I talked to her afterwards, and she was like, I was like, man, the quizzes, because once a month, every couple of weeks, we would get a quiz, and it would be worth, I think we had 4 quizzes, quote unquote quizzes. They're like 50 problems. This is a test. I don't know why you call it a quiz. It was worth like a 1/4 of our grade. And without that guide of, hey, you should read this because this is what's going to be on there, or maybe try these problems, or, you know, this little bit of homework examples to study so that you know how to do stuff. Without that, I did terrible, because it's all based on remembering what was done in the lecture or taking good notes. And as I stated before, I have a lot of half notes because I can't remember anything. But yeah, I talked to her afterwards, and I was like, man, I enjoyed your class, particularly the lab, but this was a tough class, and I don't know how to survive on just a few quizzes. Like, honestly, if it was up to me, I would have one exam at the end of the year, and that's it. One opportunity. No. No, thank you. I'm glad that wasn't allowed. Woo. Ay-ya. first 2 months of the semester. Yep, never went to the lab. 7:30 a.m. Ew, yeah. There was always a like Monday morning meeting where we would talk about the work week and what everybody has to do and stuff like that, which was really just, I don't know why, because it was just, it was pointless. It's one of those like pointless meetings that people just want to do but it was always at 8 o'clock in the morning. And it was such a struggle to make sure I arrived on time. There's a few times that I missed. Out of the year that I was there, I only missed 2 meetings. One was because there was a downed power line and I couldn't get to work. And the other one I did accidentally oversleep. But boy, was that held against me later. But all the meetings that I miss. Okay. Now, you know why I never talked about that project before? 2 assignments were never finished. I would have forgot about it. Like, if it wasn't done throughout the semester, I was like, just get this done by the end of the semester, I would have completely forgot about it. It wouldn't have existed. He did the best work in the flight deck under pressure, with jets blasting everywhere. In the heat. People call you the madman for preferring that over a desk job. I mean, that's how it is, though. We do our best work. Especially ADHD people. Do our best work under stress. Tight situations, the ones that make normal people, quote unquote normal people, stress the most and panic and causes them the most headache. That's when we thrive. It's like, oh, we have to have this done in an hour? I'm on it. And it's a hard focus. As long as nobody interrupts that. If somebody interrupts it, then it might be gone forever. And you don't know if it will ever come back. It's very delicate. It's like a thin wire. Don't break it. Don't sever that. If you talk to me and I have to turn my head away from this task that's connected to my brain, it's gonna break and we're both gonna have a bad time. One, because I'm gonna get really irritated, like unreasonably angry. I might not tell you at the time, but I'm clenching my jaw. You can see it pulsating if you look closely. 2, this isn't gonna get done and we're both gonna get in trouble. So please shut the hell up and leave me alone. You don't work well with a team. I think you mean the team doesn't work well with me. That's the difference. They don't take the time to understand how everybody else works on the team. They expect you to work exactly how they work. Nobody's like that. People aren't the same. Everybody's different. You can fake it, and you can pretend to be the same. Now you think about it. Da Vinci had ADHD? All the projects he didn't finish? It's possible, honestly. He's a very creative individual. Not that neurotypical people can't be creative. They are. They're also creative, but neurodivergent people are just really known for their creativity. In different ways. It doesn't have to be in the arts. It can be in... You know... What else is there? Culinary arts is still arts. I was gonna say. Crafts is still arts. Inventing is still technically art, isn't it? Well, you know what I mean. It's very possible. It is interesting to think about who probably is neurodivergent. Or who was. Hyperfocus is a real thing, though. Hyperfocus is great to get stuff done, but it's so easily lost, too. It's unfortunate. It's so irritating, too. Oh my god. unreasonably angry by somebody just interrupting me when I'm focused on something. Or when people look over my shoulder. I stream, right? You know that. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know I'm a live streamer? You can actually catch me live over on Twitch most days. But I'm a live streamer. And so I play games for people on the internet. And if they're watching me play the game, totally fine. I enjoy it, actually. But if someone stands behind me and watches me play a game... Leave me alone. Get out of my space. Turn around and walk away. I don't know why. Wait, you stream? No way. Yeah, I do. I'm a live streamer. Drink G Fuel? The heck, Da Vinci never drank G Fuel, and now he's dead. G Fuel is good. And if you didn't know, I'm an ambassador for G Fuel, which means if you use the code Kaiko Murasaki when at checkout, you can save 20% or more off your entire order. That's right, 20% or more off your entire order when you use code Kaiko Murasaki when at checkout, or click the link below.
Ah, it's been 5 hours 19 minutes.
Thanks. Okay. Next Tuesday. You get irritated at yourself because you can't focus. I'd like to say it gets easier when you understand why you can't, but it doesn't. Because you spend so many years masking and being told that you have great potential if only you would just focus, or you just applied yourself to things. Or maybe if you weren't so lazy, you could get this done. You could accomplish a lot of stuff. It's hard to get over that when you grow up hearing that from various people because they didn't understand. Because you weren't hyperactive in school, so there's no way you have ADHD. That doesn't exist. Also, it doesn't exist in girls anyway. And it only exists in children. You grow out of it by the time you're an adult. What's really sad is that thinking about that before people really started to look into neurodivergent behavior and what that means, I guess. Those people that had ADHD, or I think ADD as it was back in early days, back in whenever that changed and it wasn't ADD anymore, it just all became ADHD. It's really sad to think that they were told they didn't have it because they had to pretend that they didn't have it anymore. And then they still had to struggle internally with, why aren't they just better? I am happy that more people are studying neurodivergency and that people are becoming more aware about it, but man, does it suck for everybody else. Like, they had to go through all this stuff and finally understand why, but they still had to go through so much trauma. It's a shame. And people still think that it's the number of people that I've mentioned, like, oh yeah, I have ADHD. Yeah, I have it too. I get distracted easily. You know, something shiny. Oh, squirrel. Yep. I'm so glad you struggle with all this stuff. Wow, you know me. Nah, I'm just kidding. It doesn't exist in adults anyway. I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna walk away before we have words. Or there's suddenly an uptick in people being diagnosed with ADHD suddenly. It's just a trend. Oh, people are becoming aware that it exists. It's the same. God, I had to go through so much of this stuff. It's the same thing with gluten. It's a real disease. It's even on the disability chart now. Freaking fad diet. When I was applying for jobs and it was like, do you have any of these disabilities? Celiac disease. Yes! It's on the chart. Anna, good morning. How are you today? Please don't look over my shoulder. It feels like I'm being judged. Wait, it just irks me beyond belief. I don't know why. Like I said, play games online. Have everybody watch? Yes. You stand behind me and watch me play a game, or look at my screen. Steam. Steam. Flames in the eyes. Angie. Feel that? Don't watch me. There's been times where you'll be working on your own, or Mama Fru's car on your own, no problem. But if Mama Fru comes out to see how it's going, or ask you something, that hangs out to watch for a bit, brain go, yes. Yep. That's why I said, never get told you don't work well on a team. I work fine on a team. The team doesn't work well with me. Why do I have to adapt to everybody else and they don't have to adapt to me? Doesn't seem fair, does it? Kaiko's disease checklist? Only one's a disease. But she's cute, so that's cool. Yeah, I've got one thing going for me at least. Can't take me out to a restaurant because it's too difficult, but man... Look at this face, huh? I guess I'm funny sometimes. Sometimes people laugh at me. Sometimes people laugh at me and I don't understand why. And I just try to go with it like, yeah, that was funny. What I said there...
Hydration is important!
I don't know why it was funny. But I think that happens to everybody else too. Like the other day when I was laughing really hard at Ammon's... Ammon Crusader's little conversation. Like, gets frustrated and he just has to run away. And the Crusader was like, yeah, with your arms. He's like, oh no, I don't want to leave those behind. It's very funny to me. But probably to very few people. And I don't think either one of them understood why that was so funny to me. There's just a ridiculous comment. No, I watched the clip a couple times because it's still so very funny to me. I don't want to leave those behind. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I've got like 2 swigs left. And then you know what time it is. Your youngest niece and your nephew have slight ADHD. You have to tell your sister to be aware of how their teacher treats them, and explain to her why they do what they do. I'm sure it's really tough. It's also, I think it's hereditary too, so she has nobody to blame but herself. She probably doesn't even know if she does have it because she's been masking her entire life. And it formulates different in between boys and girls. It happens differently sometimes. So it looks different to each, but it's good that there's at least somebody aware about it. So my brother was diagnosed and then told he would grow out of it anyway, so they never treated him for it. And then everybody was surprised when I was diagnosed as an adult. I was like, this is why I can't do the things that you want me to do, it turns out. I'm not stupid or lazy. I need different tools. You gave me... It's like being left-handed and being given only right-handed tools. This isn't gonna work for me. I need something different. I imagine, as someone who is right-handed, I don't have to worry about that because the world was created for me as a right-handed person. Default everything is right-hand, isn't it? Though I think society's changing that a little bit too. Like, you can change the side of the phone that you can scroll on and stuff like that. You couldn't clip that whole bit? I just needed that part. It's so ridiculous. Time to fill the cup? No. I mean, I'm not gonna be gone for too much longer. I'll be back again tomorrow. Probably with Euro Truck Simulator. I don't know if anything has been officially confirmed. It might just be a few of us. Is your sister she don't have it, but you do? She might. Like I said, it grows differently in females, naturally born females, and evolves differently. And it especially depending. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. The sleep. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Especially with females, depending on when the time period that she was raised, it might have been even you don't have it because you can't. It's impossible for you to have it because you're female. And because it behaves differently, I mean, there's still some similarities, but most women don't even know that they have it, and they don't understand why they struggle with certain things because they've had to learn how to mask all of the stuff. And so most of them are like, I don't even have it. There's no reason to get tested because I don't have ADHD. I'm fine. I'm not neurodivergent. But internally, they struggle with stuff that they don't even know is why they struggle with it. It's fine. You know what I meant. Listen, I mean, you guys know me long enough. I'm a stutter all over all of my words. So, she might. Like, I think I'm positive, like, knowing what I know, I'm positive Mamako is ADHD, but would never know because it behaves differently. And we mask it. We have to. That's how we get by. Then the mask comes off and you're like, wow, I finally understand why I'm the way I am. And for some reason, everything is 10 times worse and harder to deal with. Like, yes, I was late before, but it was only maybe I was going out to lunch with a friend. I would be late for that, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. And then I learned about that I have ADHD, and this is why I'm late all the time, because time doesn't exist for me. And then I would be like hours too late to things. Like, I forgot. I wasn't even aware. I've scheduled streams over top of other streams for collabs because I forgot. I got 10 times worse than I did beforehand. I'm told it will fix naturally over time, so maybe I'll get back to streaming at 7 o'clock. Remember that time period a long time ago when I used to stream promptly at 7? I would start the stream. As soon as the clock turned 7 o'clock, I'd hit go live. And then at 1 minute exactly, I would switch over to the chatting screen. Nope. I started streaming at 11 p.m. today. Not ADHD, but for other things, you were told all throughout childhood that you're just not trying hard enough. We all struggle differently, you know? So often people just want other people to fit into, for lack of a better term, a cookie cutter, right? That's why books are all written one size fits all, basically. Here you go. One person learned from this book, so everybody can learn from this book. No. That's not how brains work. Ma? You can call me Kaiko. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Before you forget, I had to send the tofu clip. Okay, I will make sure I listen to that. We should. It is 4:30. And as much as I would love to see Tofu pop in and be disappointed in me, we should find somebody to raid. I see that Moo is still streaming. We could go say hi to Moo. Crusader's streaming. We'll go say hi to Crusader. He's playing Monster Hunter. So that would be entertaining too. After a nice long chatting stream, you get to if you stick around, you get some actual good gameplay. I mean, I think I've been getting better in Monster Hunter. I've gotten really good with dual blades, if I say so myself. And I just did. Are we having a free talk? Yes, for the last how many hours? 5 hours? We're just chatting. I did open up a game because usually I chat longer if I open up a game. But yeah, we're just chatting for a while. Catching up with everybody because I've been playing a lot of games and doing collabs. And when I do collabs, it's harder to talk to everybody. Some of this convo hits too close to home. Sometime around 10. The doctors say that your ADHD tics/stimming was attention sinking. Nah. You're introverted? Yep. Less attention people are given, the better. Oh man. This Christmas was the worst. So I haven't really talked too much about it. I know I've mentioned quite a few times that my stepmom was really sick. So she's in remission now. She's not recovered, but she's in remission. So they can't say that she's on the let's see, what is it called? It's like a 5-year. So she has a very rare form of leukemia. But she's gone through like...
It's been 5 hours, 35 minutes.
She's gone through a lot of treatment over this past year and is finally in remission. So that's really good news. But for Christmas, she wasn't quite in remission yet, and she didn't have an immune system. So we had to do Christmas one at a time. And unfortunately, what that meant was I was front and center for opening up gifts. Oh, I hate it. I cannot stand it. I cannot stand being the center of attention for things like that. Because then I'm too focused on, am I going to make the right expression when I open this? What if I'm lost in my thoughts and I only go like, oh wow, thank you so much, and not like, or what if I overact and then they don't think I like it because now I'm too expressive. I cannot stand it. Like, please don't look at me. Like I even turned sideways a little bit, and I was really slowly opening up the present, like hopefully they'll turn away and won't notice me. But they're just like, why are you taking your time? It's okay, you can rip the wrapping paper. That's what it's for. Oh, please. Please, you don't understand. This is killing me inside. But yeah, that's the last little bit I'll say on that. Remission? Yeah. She is in remission now. She still has to be monitored. Because the type of leukemia that she has is not... It's not impossible to recover from. But it's one of the more difficult ones. But she's had a great attitude for the whole thing, and despite everything she's had to go through, and now has entirely new blood in her body, which seems weird. She has new allergies even because of it. She is in remission, so she's finally home even. She's been in and out of the hospital and had to like stay in like different locations because no immune system, and also needed to be close to the hospital. But I'm happy to say that she is finally in remission, so things are looking up. And I didn't want to talk about it because it's not really something that you want to bring to a stream. Like, life happens, and I know everybody knows that, but it's a rough thing, you know. But it's good now. But we're gonna say hi to Crusader. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know what time yet, because I don't know if we're officially playing Euro Truck Simulator. So keep an eye on the notification, I guess. Regardless, if I'm not doing that, I will be back probably around 10:30, because we'll end up playing Monster Hunter probably, if that's the case. But thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for the new follows and the new subs and the gifted subs and the bits. And just indulging me in conversation. It means a lot. I absolutely love doing these streams, because this is why I started streaming. I'd rather do just chatting than play games, honestly, most of the time. But I don't always have something to talk about. Sometimes I need something to give me something to talk about. So I appreciate you all being here and listening to me yammer on about different stuff. Have a good one, you too. Don't forget to download the game. Yes, I will. Thank you, I already forgot. Thank you again for that. I really appreciate it. I will absolutely play it next week. Maybe even Sunday, depending on what we're doing. I'll find out. But we're gonna go say hi to Crusader. If you don't follow him, I don't know why, please do so. He's a good troll. One of the best ones you're gonna ever meet. There's our raid message. Make sure you copy and paste that. Thank you again for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have a good night or a good morning wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. But I'm out of drink, and that means we're out of time. I'm Kaiko. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.